Greetings, my fellow Equatorians. Welcome for joining us in the Facebook and Clubhouse. Wanted to say,
Greetings, my fellow Equatorians. Welcome for joining us in the Facebook.
sorry, my echo over there in Clubhouse, but I just want to say thank you for joining us.
Clubhouse. Wanted to say, greetings, my fellow Equatorians. Welcome for joining us in the Facebook.
Yes, so we're going to be live in both. So we're talking today about women. Last time we were supposed to do this topic, but just because of some other unfortunate events, not for unfortunate, but some other unforeseen events that happened that we have to kind of focus on. So we delayed the topic and the discussion on women, International Women Day. So today we're going to do that because, March is actually a women month. Even Mother's Day is celebrated in March 21st. And then we also have for other countries, in America, of course, it's different time, different month. And also we have International Women Day. I forgot what it falls in what day, but we always want to celebrate women because women have a big part in this country, a big part, a big part in our world, and so we want to celebrate Women Day today. Um, because we delayed it so many times, but so bear with us, guys. The topic will be, or the forum will be open soon for discussion. We have some guests. We invited them to come in. I know some of them, they really were looking forward to come in for several times, but we can actually find a way to, if they wanted us to bring it again, we can talk about it. But because we need to celebrate Equatorian women, this is one thing that we really are focused on. Sorry, my mic. Women is, you know, the mother, the nurturer. She's the essence of who we are. Uh, if not women, we would not be here. So we want to celebrate women, and we also want to celebrate their achievement and their struggle in the world, and also in Equatorian, for what we have been, what our women have been through, and how they have evolved into today, women of today, of course, through struggle. And the struggle was women right, equality, uh, you know, the right to express themselves. So please bear with us. We'll be with you shortly while we share this. Please make sure if you're in Facebook, share it in your page because, some people who don't like us, they will not want to share our Facebook pages. And those in Clubhouse, pin your friends. I know some people even they don't want us to be speaking. So sometimes they will try to kind of like silence us by boycotting us. It's shameful. It's very shame. But if we were hypocrites, liars, know how to talk on, something that make you happy, oh, definitely people will come up and try to, pretend that they are very nationalist, loyalist, people of principle. But principality is not about popularity.
Scan has completed.
Sorry.
Warning. Reg Clean Pro detected problems that
I'm sorry.
need your
This
attention.
thing is like
Click Fix Issues to resolve these problems.
I have this internet thing on my computer. So yeah, so we're here to speak on honor of women, Women Day and Women Month, and also trying to ask the role of Equatorian women in our country. As what we're going through today, and we want to look at the past of our Equatorian women, and we want to look at the future, present and future of what Equatorian women can do and what are they doing today. And we have our main guest, main speaker, Miss Didi. She will also give us some points on what Women Day means to her, and what do you think women in the future will be, Equatorian women will be able to do, and also the present. So they will have a discussion and question on that matter. And also we will, as men, they might have to ask us question too, because as men we also need to support our women, and it's an honor to be an Equatorian. It's an honor to be son of an Equatorian mother and father. Of course, mother, because my mom is an Equatorian and I'm proud of her. She raised me with her best ability to make me an Equatorian son, who I am today. And also, I want to support our women continually to stand for what is their right. We need to see our women equal in thoughts, ideas, and decisions. And so we look forward. So we have Didi with us, and we will have others coming in soon. So we look forward, my guys. So please bear with us. I know Didi is with us in the studio, but she's having a little bit technical difficulties, but she'll be with us. So bear with me, guys, and we'll be with you shortly. So I'll put this music until most of our people come in.
I
Yes.
will pin some friends. I will pin some friends down to come and keep
Join.
you company here, guys. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
I look
Okay.
forward.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, once you're ready,
Thank
you can come up and then you can put your thoughts and input on that because we
Yeah.
want to hear our
Yep.
sisters and mothers and aunties all over around Equatorian women, their achievement, their past and present and the future. What are they looking for? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. All right, guys. Again, hello, Mishiba. Welcome. I would love to see you come up here in the um, in Equatorial Free Forum to speak. You could tell us about the achievement of Equatorian women and what you're looking for, hoping for, actually, the present and the future. Because last time this topic was supposed to be discussed on the day of the world celebrating Women Day, but unfortunately we didn't have the opportunity because there was another occasions going on. There was a lot of topics going on, so we were not able to. So, but this time we had the chance and said, let's do it today. So I would like to hear because we're trying to honor and celebrate women, and in particular, Equatorian women, our backbone, our strength, our support, our queens. We need to hear you guys. Please, I'll put the link down there. Join us because it's really to hear your voices, your grievances, and also your complaint about the men of Equatoria. What are they doing? Because I know you have a lot to say about that matter. And also the advice you can give to us as men in that matter. What can we do? Just pin everybody, call them to come in. This is not politics, even though there is some political points in here, but this is not politics. This is actually celebrating Equatorian women and women around the world. But for us, Equatorial women matters because our women must be celebrated no matter how, no matter where, no matter what. Our Equatorial women are number one to us. So I want to hear you guys. So I put the link. Please join us. Don't be shy. You don't even have to be in camera. You can just talk from your mic, and that's enough for us to hear your voices and to hear your wisdom so our men can even be stronger and be courageous and be wise enough to stand and protect their women because the country that we are fighting for, if not our women, will not be here. So yeah, Like I have a lot of stories that I've heard recently from different people. It was amazing that you talk how the women's strength, they were the strength and backbone. Even I remember I saw the Kurdish women. uh the Kurdish women also, like, they stand beside their men. Like, trust me, when you see them you'll be like, wow, these guys are really ferocious and fighting for their independence, for their land, for their people, for their men, for their children. They're equal to the men to the extent that they do not fear death. It remind me also the Ethiopian women during their fight. Maybe we read mostly or we heard it. I read some of the
Hello.
biography. Yes.
Are
Hello.
you? Is that? Were you talking or?
Yes, I'm
How are
talking.
you were doing?
Yes. Oh, sorry. There was some guy requested. I'm so sorry. He was here, Ahmed. But yeah, Didi, welcome. Thank you for joining us. So I was just talking about like how we're going to celebrate Women Day. I mean, we're celebrating late, happy belated Women Day, but we want to celebrate the Equatorian women, and we welcome everyone to come up. In particular, we want to hear the voices of our Equatorian women today. It'd be beautiful to hear that because we want to know. I want the world to know our Equatorian women are resilient, are strong, and they have that passion for everything that we call it noble and honorable for us as Equatorians. So please join us. Didi, please go ahead, take over. I don't want to be the one who's talking because I'm not women. So please go ahead, speak, and encourage our sisters up there who are listening to join us because we want to hear them. We want to hear their voices. And it's great to be here because this is almost the end of the month. So, always known as March is the Women Month for celebration. It's almost like how African American history, Black History Month, and it's Black History Month because they talk about the struggle and all that. And then we have also a day, special day that dedicated for one of the civil rights leaders. But still, we celebrate, uh, you know, this month as Women Day because even Mother's Day is on March for many countries. Only America is different day and different time and different month. I mean, so we want to celebrate you guys, and you're welcome to join us. I send the link and I'll send it again. And Didi, are you able to speak? Because I heard your voice earlier. Please join us. And I see Dopester. I don't know, Dopester, you want to say something? I don't know if you're female or male. You're welcome to join us. I'm sending you an invite. Just say anything, hello, whatever. The people listening to you from all sides. Welcome, Dopester. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Dopester. Are you there? Yeah, I hear a mic moving, but I don't hear the voice. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Are you there?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, Dopester, I hear you. Okay. Uh, just a second. Let me get out and come back again. Oh my God. Hello, Dopester. You hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Yes, I have an issue with my network. Welcome. We want to say happy belated Women's Day. That was supposed to be the day. I mean, but we have to delay it somehow because of some other topics we were going on. But I want to say thank you for joining us. Please tell us your thoughts, your message to us as men, and also to women around the world. You're welcome to say anything you want. And thank you for joining us. Humbled to see you here. Thank you.
No problem. What I can do is I'm just trying to type out the speech that I read for the 5-year NAS celebration for Canada. And it talks about women. Like it's like 5 minutes if you want me to read it. Hello? Hello.
Oh, sorry guys, the network. Hello. Oh man. So let me get back again. Yes, Dopster. I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Oh, let me change. I don't know how to change my name. My daughter made me put that up. My name is Debbie, but I'm going to kill my daughter. Anyway.
That was nice. Dopster, but that's cool though. You know.
Well, that's because she'll take a picture of my face and then she put it on a lobster, and this kid was carrying a lobster in a bucket, so it became Dobster. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'll just read the speech, and I'm meaning to send this to Rose, because actually Rose has been the inspiration for the work that I'm doing here locally with South Sudanese. So just to give you a little background, I grew up on a farm, so I'm basically a ditch digger. I know what it's like to get dirty, and certainly living on a farm, your land is the priority, and you do everything you can to protect it. So in that way I can relate. Anyway, I started learning about South Sudan and South Sudanese. And my first exposure to the plight of South Sudan was reading dossiers. At the time, I worked for the university, and I was chair of what we have here in Canada is called WUS, World University Citizens of Canada, where immigration people go to the different refugee camps, and they help students whose education has been interrupted by war, help them prepare dossiers, which are then sent to various Canadian universities. So going through some of the South Sudanese dossiers, one of the dossiers that we came across was that of a young South Sudanese boy. The committee agreed at the time that the individual would be best suited for a fit to study at Wilfrid Laurier University. So arrangements were made with the help of CEDA, which is our Canadian International Development Agency program. The young man of 20 was bound for Canada. Mid-air, members of the committee were made aware that this young student had a brother who also arrived, but in another province. And my immediate thought was that we have to reunite these brothers, because they have been separated by war, but luckily now they're in the same country, just separated by distance. So when the administrators asked me, well, how's that going to work, or it won't work, my response is that I don't know how it will work, but it's going to work. And I'm deaf to the words that it won't work. So success, the brothers were reunited, and both of them graduated from Wilfrid Laurier University. Before graduation, both brothers were then on the local WUS committee reviewing dossiers for the next intake. The one brother was very adamant, we have to pick a woman this time. And I think he was really looking for a wife. But ironically, the South Sudanese brother, who was not looking for a wife at that time, eventually married the woman from the dossier. So just because I've been involved with, and I have a close relationship with the two brothers and the wife, and it doesn't mean that I know. I know some things, but we have lived very different lives. So when I was asked or should I say, I was interviewed for the possibility of participating on the NAS diplomatic mission for Canada. I was only able to demonstrate that I had some skills that might help. In essence, I was tasked to tap into my tool bag to help the group network with Canadian politicians, promoting peace as well as bringing to the fore the um, the atrocities of the current regime in South Sudan. So, as a very politically active person, I struggled, not because I didn't believe in the NAS vision or mission, but how do I solve Canadians about the plight? I was scrambling and in my mind throwing out ideas. Obviously, not if you know John Rubin. He had his hands full with me. I was pretty sure that at some point, one more idea or comment, I was going to get the boot. But he let me stay on the committee. That was our little joke. I so I researched and learned more about the issues, and it was the only way for me to get my head around the issues and somehow make it palatable for a message that for Canadian consumption. So this is where I found my new sister Rose. Somehow Facebook, I started to get notifications about the great Equatoria TV. After about 3 shows in, the light bulb went off, and the power of the revolution lies with the diaspora. So, because of Rose, I was able to develop the press release challenging other diasporas in other countries. By the way, I understand that some of the politics and many of the people trying to spread the word are partisan. However, I am inspired by Rose, who passionately speaks the truth. And I was so impressed that I just wanted to reach out to her. And so, via the grapevine, um, I was able to track her down with some help from Jennifer, who's on the Canadian side here. And I think Rose got this message. There was some weird white Canadian woman trying to track her down. The press release went out. My goal was to get something out, just the first step, where people who put their names on as contacts on the press release, they took a risk, but it was the first step. And it just demonstrates to me the resilience of people. And just as an aside, I put into the speech about resilience that remember the 2 brothers. I used to live out in the country, and I would host Christmas for immigrant students and refugees. This particular year, this was the brothers' first Christmas. There was no cell phones in that day, but during dinner was ready, and I get very impatient when people don't show up on time. But we waited and waited, and you have to remember this is Canada and it's winter. Anyway, they were late for dinner, but they showed up with their friend. They were soaked up to their waist. The car had slipped off the road, and it went into a ditch. How they got it out is still a mystery to all of us, because certainly today we wouldn't be able to do it. So they were wearing virtually spring clothing, and all I could say is it was just a miracle. Anyway, moving on, during the U.S. 5th year celebration that they had, which was the 12th, and ours was the 19th, I was a lurker, and there were a couple of strong women, Vera and Flavia, who were both speakers, and they had very powerful messages. Someone mentioned that, well, we need women to follow, but I think the person caught themselves and said virtually in the same breath, no, we need more women leaders. And the women and the youth need to come to the fore. So, yes, from my observations, there are very strong women leaders, and there are very many budding women leaders. Yes, diaspora women and the youth, you are the strength. And I believe strengthening and unifying the diaspora women globally, you will strengthen your sisters at home. So, in closing, I'm deaf to the words, it won't work. If you close the door because you think it won't work, I still see light, no matter how small the crack. Do not ask me at the moment. I will not have an answer for you as to how it will work. I view every action as an opportunity. If I did not listen to Sister Rose that night, I would have failed my mission. To the members of the diplomatic missions everywhere, just thanks to Jennifer on the Canadian side, Rose, keep telling the truth, and Vera and Flavia lead the way in building women leaders, find their strengths. You may not have people, women coming forward because they don't want to be involved politically, but somewhere I believe they have untapped strengths. So you need to find it. We are all facing the biggest war, a war that transcends countries, states, communities, and households. The greatest division globally and the biggest war that we face is truth versus alternative facts, truth versus misinformation, truth versus bottom line, the lies. This is the war. Freedom from lies, dignity, and truth. Freedom to tell the truth. So that's what I have to say about women. And the men need to believe that the women need to be the leaders because the men have had a chance. It's not going so well.
Wow. Oh yeah. Uh, Hold on a second. Uh, well, I'm so. Hello. Yes. Wow. It's really amazing. I'm touched by what you said, Miss Debbie. I really appreciate, and I'm really honored for you to be with us here. It's really an honor because for such what I would love, and I know in Facebook we have some people out there who are listening to what you have spoken, and it's really touching and powerful. And I want us, and it's true. This message is inspiration, and I know every person from South Sudan in general, and then of course Equatoria. I know maybe you're not familiar, but when you mentioned Equatoria TV, I don't know which one Equatoria TV you have saw it, and then I bet you're familiar with the incidents and happening in South Sudan and Equatoria, and it's really interesting because there's a lot of topics we talk about on that matter, where our people have been marginalized, displaced, and our women are the one who are paying the price for these marginalization by the mass raping, the murder, the killing, the one that is, yeah, and it's inhumane to the extreme that, like, it really, even if there is tears anymore, it won't really express how we feel or how I feel as a man toward this injustice committed against our women and any woman in the world, because I know this is the crime of warlords. When they try to dehumanize a person, they will try to start doing rape so they can dehumanize women. But women is the backbone of everything. If not women, we will not be here. And one thing I want to say is that because you know the wisdom of women and the patience of women, all these things they go through, yet they overcome it. And I know you guys will overcome all these challenges. And I know our people right now in a difficult time, in particular our women over there in Equatoria, in South Sudan, they have been uh, put in a horrible situation. And that's why we want to awaken the conscience of our men, our brothers, to rise up and to defend our sisters, our mothers, our wives, our daughters, so they cannot be in this challenge. So we can be in a moment where we want to see our women become part of the leadership, part of a progression of humanity, not be just put under under the supervision of men, because this is some people would love to see that, but we will not allow that. And that's why we are fighting for democracy and human right, and in particular because they said there is a word says that women right is a human right, and I agree on that term. So would love to see anyone to say. I can't say much, but I want to hear from Didi, who is here to speak. Didi, please welcome, because you can speak better on that matter, and I appreciate you. But stay with us, Miss Debbie. We really love to hear from you and hear your wisdom on that. And thank you for joining us. I would love to be in contact, and so we can see more. You could actually know more about our culture and our issues that's going on. And thank you so much for your coming. Thank you.
No problem.
Didi, are you there? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
I just wanted
I
to
just
pass
wanted
my
to pass my
greetings.
greetings to everybody who's been here. Welcome to you all, and I wanted to welcome. Her name is called. How do you pronounce your name? The
Debbie.
Dopester, but Debbie, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to give you thanks for the beautiful story that you've told, and of course, we had wanted to celebrate this day, especially on Women's Day, but we have a lot of things going on, so we kind of like keep pushing it, saying that okay, we'll find a day and we'll do it, and we're so glad. And also, I wanted to welcome Brother Moses. Thank you for coming up, and it is really a very sensitive matter, and it's really a very important one. Women's Day is not only about celebrating, when you're talking about like, oh, the only successful women, or how many CEO you have around the world, or women which are in a better position. And for me, I see it this originally Women Days has been made to talk about the issues of women, the struggles of women, the strong and the weak, and all the afflicted women, the sorrows that women go through, the rights of women, the acknowledgement of what women do, especially our mothers at home, and all of us, the work that we do, and we're not acknowledged, and also in the workplace as well. And for me, I see it this way, that as much as today women have been given rights in other countries, women are still suffering and still struggling. And especially when you come to a country where we're living in South Sudan, and then you come to an Equatorian woman, to look into the sorrows that they're going through right now. It's really absurd, really, and it's really saddening. It's heartbreaking, to watch the things that they go through, the atrocities that they go through, yet they still power on. They still have the strength to move on, because if there's something, you know, sometimes when you're in the middle of chaos, you don't have time to stop. You don't have time to think. That's why you see when people reach the end of the race, when they are in freedom, and when they're given a period of time that they have peace and they could rest. That's why you see a lot of people coming up with traumas, a lot of anxieties, a lot of depression and stuff like that, because our brain was busy, recording all the things, the scenarios and the things that they were going through. But when they are in peace, that's when the brain started like bringing up those things. And this is what I would say, that this is what our women are going through right now. The women living in the war zone and oppression, and they're really so afflicted so badly. Like especially the sad stories that I would want to talk about it. One of the things that I will talk about it is especially the women that are going through rape right now in especially in that country led by that horrible regime. You know, we women are getting raped, including not alone only by a human being, but people using sticks, to rape women with. Imagine a woman being um, stuck with a stick until she bled to death, and yet these women have the courage still, you know, in the middle of the fear, in the middle of the tyranny, in the middle of um, the darkness that they're going through. And these women even have no voice to speak out what they want. They did not ask for this kind of pain that they're going through. Even the abuse that we about really, whenever we celebrate a day, we people like to celebrate the other side of like, oh, they're
Sorry, the
going
network.
through real abuse, whether you know in their homes, their family homes, their marriages and stuff like that. Women go through these real things that um, a lot of them couldn't even talk about it. It's just the elephant in the room that you cannot talk about it. And this really affects a lot of women. It takes away your confidence if you're living in a place where you're abused and you don't have a voice, you know, you've been undermined, let alone when you get a woman is abused by her own husband or her own family. Even you see the kids never get to respect the woman because somehow I see it because I've seen this evidence a lot that I've seen children disrespect their mothers so much because they have seen that their mother has been in a weak position that she's been abused and she have taken a lot of abuse from the father, and then now the children's because the father abused the whole family, so the children could not abuse him because they're afraid of him, so they inflict the pain on the mother. So can you imagine the double pain that the woman got through in life, and yet you had to be there still for your family. And these are the things that when we talk about women, I think I would love really that a lot of men should be engaged in this area, because if you talk about an abuse of a woman, that abuse did not come from a woman, but from a man. So that men can come in and they can challenge themselves from within inside. You know, they can come together and offer some help. You know, they can challenge themselves and how we can walk this through. Because today, if you have a woman in your life, um, I think you've got a blessing. You know, a woman is in your life not to work against you, but to work with you, to support your dream, to create a family with you, you know. And what would be an example to raise a better children than to show it by loving their mother or their mother to be, that you would have created a very productive, kids that will go into the world. This is how we kind of end pain, we end poverty, we end cycle of sufferings, the cycle of homelessness, even to begin with, the cycle of you know of wars and stuff like that, because you have raised better children's, you have brought a lot of changes, in your life and stuff like that. So I think it's very important that men are brought in this area, because they can be really of a good, you know good help. It's really very difficult really to talk about this matter, but I think I'm going to try to power on this. So moving forward to other sides, the benefit of encouraging our women and celebrating them and encouraging them is like, I know that we have very good disciplined women, women that are builders, women that are endurers, and women that home builders, you know women have done a lot of great things. Even they've contributed, around, the movement, especially when you look in the movement, whether, the SPLM movement or name it, any kind of movement that is happening, even the current one that is going on, women contributed a lot in it, even though, they become the subject of, abused, but they really contribute a lot, and today you cannot be here as a man without a woman, to be honest. it's really sad that we find ourselves in a position whereby I think I remember there was an article written when what do you call it, when they what do you call these people these people that hold Afghanistan now. Somebody help me here. I don't know what are they what's their name,
National Geographic.
the Afghanistan, the
National
ones which are in
Geographic.
power now, the Talibans.
Oh, Taliban.
When
Yeah.
the Talibans came
Sorry.
in power, and then they say they were gonna give women their rights and stuff like that, and I look at it, really my heart mourned, because I know half of it is not really true, you know. And I look at it and I
Sorry about
remember
that.
sharing it and lock it, but then wrote on it and say that one of the worst thing that as a woman you give birth, to the very child that will grow up and abuse you and kill you and heartless, you know, with next tomorrow even kill your other children and stuff like that, because um, you know they just don't appreciate what a woman what a woman is and what a mother is, because when you look at a woman, there's no difference between your mother and the woman that you have in your life. Really, there is no difference. you know um the same thing that your mother would care for you is the same thing that your woman would care for you. Um so I would say that instead of me thinking so much and talking about more success that women have received, um, I rather like changed my mind recently, more of dwelling in the areas that women are lacking, really, because even though you find there are a lot of good sites, and positions that women are having, but yet in those positions sometimes these women don't have even rights. Like if you look in South Sudan, these women, they're just there as tools. They've been moved left and right, and in these offices they get abused still. You're there, anybody could sleep with you, anybody could touch you anywhere in your body. You cannot complain. If you don't want to, they suck you out and they bring somebody else. This is the state that women in South Sudan are living. And especially Equatorian women, they're very successful women and very hardworking women. They work a lot. So mostly they're the one working around. We have a lot of cases of women that have been abused, in all this organization or this regime working areas, the administration. So I would really say that this is something that if you're a man, you need to look into this area. Really, you need to search yourself deeper, and ask yourself, what is your purpose? Is it your God-given rights, or if it's you as a creator, as a man? Is it your manhood? Is it has to be something that has to be proved in oppressing women or putting women down? Because I know that there's a lot of families, that you've seen a family, but these are all broken homes. These women are just staying there in those homes because they have no choices. They don't want to bring up their kids by themselves. Most of them, they had to sacrifice for the sake of their kids, or which we have nowadays. Women just choose to leave because they see the better option of, like, do I raise my child to be exactly like this man, or and just provide more damage into this world? Because once you have a damaged kid, it carries forward. He's gonna obviously abuse his children, his wife, because the product is he become exactly like what the father is. So this is what is happening in this world, and that's why we have the culture of the violence, because it's something that is being it's been praised. You know, when you're a man, and then especially for us as Black people, we understood it so differently. We thought that being a man is something that you know you have to abuse people, abuse your family, and control them, and in a certain way. It's just because something that you inherit from your father, because, or you're not being raised in that, in a loving home or something like that. So you're lacking the guidance and lacking, because most of the time you see um, when somebody doesn't, no one can give something that they don't have. It's impossible. No one can give something that they don't have, unless something tragic has to happen in their life and change them, or it takes really a miracle to change that person, because it takes a love to give love. you know because a lot of people are missing this part out, that, when you abuse a woman, you're abusing your own kids, because they see you, belittling this woman, literally treating this woman like she's a nobody, like she's a child. And then on top of it, the children's lacking confidence. The children grew up to be um, um, people that are, just gonna create more damage, in other people's life, which is really sad, you know. And and these are the areas that I feel like that strongly we need to look into, especially when we talk about an Equatorian woman. An Equatorian woman is somebody that is women that have really fought hard, along the side of the Equatorian men. And I would really urge, and beg our Equatorian men that, if you have a woman in your home right now, back home, you need to love your woman. You need to treat her right. Don't just treat her as a convenience, because most people marry women just as a convenient thing, just to use her. Cook for me, answer to me at my call and anytime that I want, you know. Um, certain things, especially today, you find in an area that are especially women are nowadays working, mostly some women even work more hours than mostly the average man. The average man probably will go and work like for 8 hours and just come home and say that, "Colors, I'm tired." He's going to kick back and take his remote and sit down, watching TV or get on the phone talking or floating somewhere with other people or engage in certain conversation with other men. And then the woman is just there lonely by herself. After she comes from work, she has to, in the morning, she drops the kids to school. After school, pick up the kids. After she finished work, pick up the kids. After picking up the kids, she come back home again, cleaning, cooking, and stuff. And one thing that people don't realize with women, that's why I hate the word that when people begin to say it, um, when people begin to speak about that, oh, women are strong, because I feel like this is just taking an advantage of women. And I feel like this word is just being inserted, to make you feel like, it's almost like kind of like a gaslighting, and almost kind of like a blackmailing or something, for you to feel like, okay, now I've got to be strong, because we live in a decade nowadays, it's like women are pushed beyond their limit. You don't have time to sit down for yourself. You don't have time to take care of yourself. Nobody's there to care for you. Nobody's there to take care of you. You can be as a mother, as somebody's wife, you run around the clock and you don't have time for yourself. And then at the same time, you blame, oh, you don't take care of yourself, you don't look beautiful anymore. But you have a husband that doesn't even care about you, doesn't even have the time to be with you. So, so this is the things that women go through in real life. And the other thing is, like, especially women, when they do a lot of this thing, they get weak. Really, they get tired and they get weak in their strength. I've seen someone that shared a link long time ago that I read. A guy, he's an American that was on Facebook. I don't know whether that was last year or 2 years ago. He was kind of like making these campaigns and talking about women and saying that, look, as much as we say that people are the same, but in reality, you cannot push a woman beyond her limit, and make a woman to be an equal to a man, and it's true, really. In reality, when people talk about that we're all equal as a human being, there are things that a woman can do. There are things that, because it's really like affecting her body, affecting her mentally. You got this woman that is running around the clock, probably having 2 jobs. She's there coming back home early in the morning. She's there giving birth as well, bearing kids for you. This is really taking out of her body, taking out of, breaking down her body, her strength. She's weak. That's why you find a lot of women get sick. They get so ill in a certain age. And, they begin to, because their bodies are breaking down, because they've been putting up with so much, let alone when they were little, a woman, for example, a black woman, for example, let me say, even especially for us Equatorian, I can talk about it because I know, that's what I know. A woman from a young age, your lifestyle has been manipulated, or been set for you. Like, you don't have children which are male, sorry, that are female, to be just children's. The path have been set. The only thing that is given to them, the babies, how to take care of a baby, how to wash dishes, how to cook. How your whole life is just based on, like, you've been doing the whole chores since you're little. cleaning, sweeping places and stuff. And you find a lot of women before even they get married. Um, um, Thank you. So a lot of women before they get even married, they're already suffering in silence. They already have backaches and a lot of issues that they don't even talk about it because no one can hear you. And these are things that women cannot bring in up front, because if you talk about it, oh, you're bad. Where did you come from? This is our culture. But these things are affecting these women, you see. And then let alone she left their home because she's been really engaged in this, a lot of hard working. And then when you find men at home, they're doing nothing, absolutely. They just been there, they're sitting, they're fed, they go out and in and out and come. That's what I used to see in back home. You know, I don't know what they're doing. They're not even taught any responsibility and anything. And you wonder why a lot of men struggle sometimes to keep a family like back then, the fathers, because you find that, like, no responsibility at all. So but the girl in the home, she's round the clock, is working from 6 a.m. in the morning to the night. She's working. You know, what do you think is happening to the body of this person? This is a human being. What do you think? They're not talking. And then let alone they get married, and then they had to bear kids. They had to go through this agony of pain, which no man will understand at all, unless the men that have tested this thing, that have been tested to them in the hospital, to see what women really go through during child labor. And that really takes on their strength. Even it weakens them. And then let alone a lot of women have 5, 6 kids, and then on top of it, and you're working and then taking care of the kids, and you cannot complain. If you complain, you're bad. So these are the things that really I really like would urge, really, and just speaking from the bottom of my heart, with so much respect to our male, and so much love towards you, that if you can look into this area, if you have a woman at home, if you have daughters at home, you need to look in this area, that if you abuse your woman at home, if you raise your children don't appreciate women, what do you think the next family is doing the same thing? What do you think is going to happen to your daughters? Because if we're all raising people coming from broken homes, and they just have to be together, a husband and a wife and children, but these are all damaged people that are going into the world and creating more disasters to people, hurting people, abusing their kids, their wife. What are we achieving? We're not really achieving anything good here. So this chapter here, I think I will leave it here, and it's something that it's real. It's happening in this world. You find out sometimes kids crying to their mothers and say that, I think we have enough, we have to leave, and it's really sad that, to see certain kids, asking their mother that, we want out, can you divorce him? You can divorce our father so that we can, you can finally live in peace, But of course, if even if she divorced, the kids will be okay with her if she's a good woman, she's capable of looking after the kids. But then the woman is still, going to be stuck with the children. Like, for example, if a woman, if a woman, get abused, she got beaten. We have a lot of stories of women that got killed, for example, in America, in Canada, in Australia, and probably, I don't know, New Zealand and stuff. We heard these stories, because this is a continuous abuse that is happening. And today we live in a generation whereby the old and the young, and they're all the same. Nobody wants to correct the other one, because if today I corrected you, tomorrow if I done wrong, you're going to correct me. So I don't want, I'm just going to tiptoe around. I'm going to act like I don't know. And you find the old and the young are acting the same. You find an old person, a grown person, acting like he's young, always intermingling with young people and acting like they're still really young and stuff like that. So that's why we have a generation of, that, and we wonder why, what's happening to us. People always come up, what's happening to us, what's happening to our kids and stuff like that. The root cause of what's happening to us is us ourselves. It's what is happening in the home. When it says that a man is the leader in the home, it does not mean that you're a leader technically, that you have to be Hitler in the house, because the leader is the servant. The leader is the one who's leading people. The leader is the one to die. If you're a man and I see you picking up stuff, doing stuff, I will get in. My job is to be with you equal, not to work against you, not to be ahead of you, but to be with you equal, to build with you together and to grow with you together. I think this is what, just to my understanding, not that, for you to be as a master and I am the servant and stuff like that, or to be lesser than you, because we are all human beings. This is not really the how things should be. So I just wanted to say that if we really care, I feel like the reason why I've spoken on this, because I feel like we Equatorians have been going through so much genocide and so much abuse that we have suffered, and we're still suffering, ongoing sufferings that we are suffering um, at the moment in the hands of the invaders that are in Equatoria right now. And what we could do as Equatorian people, I think what we need is like love and respect and care for one another, you know, because if we do not do that, that will be terrible. That will be dark days for us, ahead of the time, because we will be wiped off. We'll be wiped off. Really, we need love in order to support each other. Because today, if I live as an Equatorian woman and I'm here trying to be a supportive wife or supportive daughter or supportive member of the family, I'm sorry that I took it long, but I'll just wrap it in 1 minute. Um, I would say that if I'm getting abuse from the same my people, I'll rather turn around and look somewhere else that I'll be happy, because there is no need just to continue a lineage of a people while you're getting abused. There is no need. While we can all enjoy, we can all be happy, we can all have a happy ending story whereby we can love each other, we can respect each other. you know that's what I just think. And also in saying this, I'm not saying that there are no women which are abusing men. I've seen know some cases that are women that beating men, and which I did not condone it, I did not accept. Like, I don't really like, you know to see a woman, like beating a man or abusing a man. I feel like this is really taking away a dignity of a man. uh, I feel like domestic violence is not really the option here. uh, Nobody has the right, whether you're a man or a woman, to hit one another. I think everything can be escalated into a good communication and expressing yourself, and being patient in listening to one another, and disagree to agree, or uh, for example, if you cannot solve it right now, maybe talk about it later when you come down and stuff like that. So this is what I could talk about it, really. That the reason why I talk about this thing, because on the Women International Day, I've heard from the women down there, from women in South Sudan. I heard what women were talking about and what the men are talking about too, and the men even themselves. The presenters who were there, they're the one that are really urging men that, because the abuse is coming mostly from the men. So they urging men that the men should really be at the front, and at the front line of it, and to help making this change today. If you're seeing somebody, or your son, or your brother, or you yourself abusing your wife, I think you need to stop. You need to stop really here. And if you feel like you cannot really absolutely be a matured member of a family, functioning member of a family, I think you deserve to be by yourself, and until you're ready, and you can maybe engage and get married or something like that. But if you feel like you got this selfish urge and you're not ready, I think it's the best part for us is, like, all of us, I think this conviction is within us. Like, me myself, if I don't think I'm ready, I don't think I want to bring somebody and torture someone, and while I still have my other plans, or I'm not sure what I want, and then engage with somebody so deeply, and then later on hurt that person. I don't think that's really fair enough. I don't think that's good. That's what I would just want my people really to hear down there. It's like we don't really anymore have the time that we can overlook things. We live in a decade, in a generation whereby knowledge cannot be sought. Knowledge is out here. Everybody's born wise. Even it's written that in this end time, knowledge, wisdom is not going to be looked for. People nowadays have advanced. We live in a global world. There are some things that people used to look at it as a culture, I don't think that's something that people really need to carry on, still carrying on it, because some things really, some, if you look into a culture, the definition of a culture is just a what do you call it, an activity or a life experience of people that have lived and become a history, that it become like something that you look over it, it's like is the past of people. You look into the lifestyle that these people have lived, and then you see what is good out of it, what is bad out of it, because most of these cultures are created by human beings. And human being usually, if you look at most of the cultures that are created, it's not something that are created by women. Most of these cultures are created by men, if you look at it, and it's all favors men. Most of it, they're favoring men. So how do you dare create a culture that you feel like is comfortable, it's serving you, but then it's not serving your person, your other partner, which is really not right. And love is something that I would say that love does not even know abuse. Love does not abuse. Love cares. Love overcomes everything. You know, and when you're in a union of love, you become one in spirit. Your body, you have two different body, but you become one when you really deeply engage with somebody that you know that you loved. You become one in spirit. So I don't see the reason how you step the line or the boundary of beginning to abuse and hitting people. Because today, if you have a woman, this woman is yours. It's yours. It's something added to your family. It's kind of like a human being is not it's not a what do you call it? It's not a, it cannot be defined as a property. But I just wanted it to look like almost, if you have a property or if you have a house or something, it's something that is yours under your name. This family is technically yours and yours alone, and they carry your name. It depends on where some people live, whether the woman takes the name of the husband or not. But this is your family, your own people. you know you were the leader of this home. So it depends how you lead your family, and the fruits, the good fruits are going to be out there. Because if you have a children's out there that are behaving otherwise, there is no such thing as that. People gonna look at it and say that, oh yeah, the children just becomes that. People gonna look at it, oh yeah, because they come from that home, something must have been terribly wrong in that home, obviously. And people will begin to investigate you without you knowing, because people are suffering the consequence of this, this creation that you have created. So I just wanted to say that I want, if the Equatorian man could hear me, um, as a sister, I'm really like at this moment begging you, really. It's like not really commanding you or asking you, but I'm just really appealing to your heart. I know a lot of sisters that are really going through tough time, and I know that you're going through tough time at the moment. When you put someone in a war zone continuously, and someone that has been in a war that took longer than 20 years, and then you come home and then you find nothing, and you have this family and you're struggling. I do understand why you can bear a lot of stress, but what I will beg you is that don't take it upon your family. This is the only thing you have that belongs to you. you know this is the only thing that you have today. If I have a husband, and it's like this, and if my husband is not there anymore, I could never find anybody to replace that, especially if we had a good life. I don't think I will ever, nobody can replace that place. you know my kids can grow up. My family, they have their life. My father has his wife, my mom has his husband, my brothers and sisters, they get married, they move on, they have their affairs, their family. But life will never be the same to me. Life will never be the same. I can never replace, what I lost. And it was the same to the man. Life will never be the same if you really truly love that person. So that's why I'm just appealing that, when we say that, we're getting in this covenant, because love is not something that is only through feelings. Love is not something that only words. Love is a work. It's a hard work. You know, love is something that you grow every minute, every second. You build it. every second that they spend together. There is no way you can say you're absent throughout the hour, the time, and you say that, oh, you still have the same connection and stuff like that. It's the respect you have for each other. It's the care deeply that you have for each other. The fact that you become one, you care for each other beyond, and you become a family. You're inseparable people. This is what is gonna carry you. In this world, you need somebody that can be home for you, somebody that you can trust. Somebody that you can feel free. You know, you can be yourself. You don't have to look behind you, or you don't have to worry. You don't have to be scared. I think you deserve to have that person in your life. If you're an Equatorian man, or if you're any man around, and if you're a woman, you need to have that. You deserve that. We deserve really to treat each other right. You know. So I just wanted to say that I spoke on the other complaint negative, like Odysseus said that there's gonna be a complaint. Um, but thank you for allowing us to speak on the good side and the grief today, and thank you so much for uh, hosting this for us to come and talk and celebrate at the same time. And in the other side, I'll just thank um, every man that has been kind. And I know that there's a lot of men that have been really good men. I know them. Yeah, we have them in families and around friends, family, friends, even acquaintance and strangers. Um, I know that they're really good, and they're very appreciative of women's and daughters in their life. I really wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And there are no words really to give you thanks and praise and for allowing your families, which are like the females, to be free, to be able to enjoy life, to be able to express themselves as well, to be part of a equality, before your eyes. This is really greatness that you're showing. I think you deserve to be you really to be praised and to be given the correct love and appreciation. This is what I can say. And the other side, I would say that I'm grateful for the steps that women have achieved today in life, the positions that women have in life. But I feel like there is more to be done, rather than we get stuck in just looking into, oh, we got 5 women here, or today we have women in this, we have got women get paid this salary. I feel like there's a lot of hard work that need to be done, that we should not even shy from it. And whether we were women or we were men, we should not shy from it. We created in this world to live with one another. One thing that I would say, that there will not be a woman without without a man, and there will not be a man without a woman. It takes the two of us to regenerate ourselves. It takes the two of us, to continue our lineage, to continue creation upon this earth. Um, 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 I'm thankful really for men, because there are other things that men would do, and I get really mesmerized, and I get like, wow, like what would we do without men? I think your men are absolutely a beautiful creation that God have ever created on this earth. I look at you, you're different from us, the way you do your things, the way you walk, the way you talk. You guys are our brothers, our fathers, our friends. you know I really appreciate you guys so much. I really need to know that upon talking about this, it's something that today, if somebody that wants to stay, I usually tell people like this: if you get a woman in your life that always complain, or always trying to tell you this is not right, this is not good, that's a woman that wants to stay, because she's just trying to clean the place to stay. Somebody that does not care will never even tell you what you're doing. They just, because they don't feel like they're gonna stay here, they just cut you short, and because tomorrow they're moving. So because I want better for my people, I want better for my home, and this is the home that I'm staying in. There is no, I cannot be anything but an Equatorian woman. That's why I have to talk about the agendas of Equatorian women, and also on top of it, in any chance that I get, I uplift our men and encourage our men. Take your place, rightfully. Let your woman look at you and call you my lord, because of the things that you do. Let her submit to you because of your love, not because you're oppressing her, not because You control her, let her look at you as her king, what a beautiful thing, when a woman submits to you just out of the love that she has for you. What a beautiful thing, a woman to look at you and call you my lord. What a beautiful thing. So I'll leave it here, and I just want to thank you guys so much for listening, and I thank my brothers for being so kind, hearing what we are saying, and that we take correction as well. Correction room is there. Nobody can be perfect. I can only complain, but sometimes I cannot even see what I do wrong until I've been told, and then I can correct myself. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, and sorry for taking so long.
Wow. Thank you, Didi. You spoke from your heart, and indeed, what you said is resonating deep to everyone. I bet who's listening right now. Uh, I don't even know what to say, but I really appreciate. I'm humbled by what you said. And again, um, I forgot there was something I was trying to say, and then from what you were saying, just got me so deep into listening carefully what you're saying, and it's true, and that's why I really am honored to be human being and to be born from women, because women, they hold a lot of pain that some of us as men we don't understand. We think we understand until when women speak out, it makes even the heart that can be like described as a stone heart, or a heart that is so solid that does not feel emotion, it will feel at that moment when woman speaks. And I don't have much to say, but I'll just let our brothers who are here to speak. And please, thank you so much, Didi and Doster, Miss Debbie. We're really honored for you to be with us. And also there was Babula Tai. She will be here later. And any women, please come up. We want to hear your voices. I want you to give us your message to us. It's not just Equatorian women, but any voices from our women, our sisters, because at the end, you know, your voices speak truth and strong volume to the world, that they have to understand that men have to change their way, because some of us, we really sometimes we're heartless to the point we forget where we come from and who we are and what life means to us. Sometimes we forget existence and we think we are masters and kings. Even sometimes we deceive ourselves to be gods. And then until death comes to us, then we know, oh yeah, we were men and we're nobody else. But I appreciate. So, Mr. Moses, welcome, Brother Moses. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. CJ, Mr. McCartney, Miss Nancy, Miss Babulatai, and all who are listening to us. And I appreciate, and I hope you guys pin friends, whoever you know them, pin them. Let's listen. Let's come and reason together here today. We're not trying to be political, but if there is any politics, it might be just a little bit brush. But we want to kind of like focus on respecting and honoring our women, because women are suffering. Even though they are progressing in our 21st century, yet they are suffering. They're suffering from things that sometimes they cannot speak. But when they speak, it touch every soul in this world. So let us come up together and listen to each other, and let men also advise other men on what way we can respect and honor our women, and also inspire them to be our greatest inspiration for the next generation and our time before we leave. So I'll give you a chance, Mr. Moses. Please go ahead. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you, Tika, and everyone up here. Yes, you have said it all, and Didi said it all. Our women, without our women wouldn't have existed.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
I congratulate women for their resilience and for their steadfastness, whatever they do, because in many places in Equatoria, women work. I can say they do two jobs. Because whether a woman works in the office, she comes back to also work in the house. They wake up early and they sleep late. Everything that happens to keep a house is because of women. Women in other communities in Equatorial are the one who construct houses, and then men just sleep in. Anything construction of house, maintenance of that house, cooking, everything is on them. And sometimes you ask a woman or somebody ask a man, what is your wife doing? My wife doesn't work. My wife has no work. But here is a person who wakes up at 5 and then sleeps at 11 p.m. without a wage. And we say they don't work, because that house keeping is not considered as work. But give that work to a man, he cannot even do a day or 2 days. He will run away from that job or give that role to him. So women do a lot. Women are stronger than us in one way or another, and women deserve more than what they get right now. Those who are in the West, how it is done there. The roles are completely different in some Western countries. Men are the one who cook because they really have to honor the lady. In other Western countries, the moment a lady gives a birth, that child becomes the property of the man. I mean, the man is the one who feeds the baby with the milk, who changes the baby, who does everything, because the woman needs rest. This is not happening in a society. In other societies, in a place when a woman is nursing a baby, that is totally her work. Because with children, the first couple of months, they don't sleep at night. Some of them, they don't sleep at night. They just sit awake, and this lady has to sit awake with the baby, and the man is snoring somewhere without even helping. So these are some of the things we really need to bring forth and appreciate how our ladies, mothers, sisters, daughters, aunts are really the backbone of our societies. So Equatorian women should really be given more space in the public arena as the space that is given to them in the private or family arena. They should be given more space in the public sphere. That's why in most in our traditional societies, when the going becomes tough, for men, because men are the one discussing village issues, town issues. When the going gets tough, to say, let me go and sleep over this thing, then I will come back with a solution. This man goes home and narrates everything to the wife. And then within a second, the wife just gives a solution. He's coming in the morning to the meeting very, very, very strong. This is the way we should do it. They never thought about it. He got the idea from the wife because he went and slept over it and then come back with the idea from the woman. And then the problem is easily solved. Most of the problem, that is being solved in the traditional communities is by women. The men just communicate what the woman suggested. Because if it was them, they sit there the whole day, they never solved it. But when he goes home and sleeps over it, comes back with a positive solution that is acceptable to all the parties or the concerned authorities. So I salute and encourage our women to have more space in public. When we look forward in the Equatorial nation, I think we should pledge that there should be no discrimination. Women should get their fair. They don't have to be allocated a share that we allocate you 25%, we allocate you 30%, we allocate you this percent. No, women should get 100% if need be. Women should get as much as their competencies should allow. Yes, men should also be deputies to women because women got clearer mind than us. Male minds, equatorial minds are limited. So women get a clear decision-making mind, and because they multitask better than us. But because of the way that it's done in the religious societies, in our societies, that okay, this person is your helper. They're put our helpers because we cannot do it alone. In fact, they're our advisors, they're our everything. That's why in certain societies, children are the societies are matrilineal, where women children are named after women because they know that is the person who really brought that human being, you and I, on the face of this globe. I'll stop here by just saying congratulations, and let us give more space in public in Equatoria to women as we do in private. This is my contribution to this, and I yield the mic back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You hear me, guys? Do you hear me? All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Brother Moses, for your great word. And again, it's really great and honor to hear you. And like I said, our sisters, our mothers, our daughters, our wives, do not worry. You still have great sons, great fathers, great brothers, uncles, grandfathers, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, they're there, and you could hear their voices. We, the men, we support our women. Women is equal to us. They are not lesser than us. No, they are above us because mothers is, and I say mothers because every woman, she's a mother, the same as every man is a father. And if you look at a woman and a man, our purpose in this life is, of course, existence and to continue building existence. Plus, we are also the purpose for a nation. You know, if you start from the beginning of time, there was only two elements, according to what we know from the Bible, the Quran, other holy books that is speaking about mankind. There was two persons, with one woman and man, and they made this existence. And then later nations came about. And these nations came about not because people they were political or they were geniuses, as some people now today in our time begin to promote themselves in a category of geniuses, of honorable, and whatever you want to call them. This is not the matter. The truth is that we humans, man and woman, are the true existence of life, and woman is an essential, most important, is the backbone, is like the cornerstone of existence. Without women, we would not be here. And women also has greatest influence They said a great woman is a woman that will build a nation. A wicked woman, of course, if you read the book of Psalms, the book of Song, I mean the book of songs in Solomon, where he wrote a lot of books, you know, that about great women. A foolish woman will break her house. A wise woman will build her house. So imagine, and they put the responsibility on her. Even in look at the Christianity too, they would say, you know, from a woman the savior shall come, right? Like Jesus Christ, he came and saved the world. And if you remember, it's him who came from a woman, Mary, the mother of Jesus, who, because of him, and she was a good righteous woman, and she brought the savior of the world. So woman is an essential, and it's very powerful, even though her character even not put as the strongest as man, how perceived to be very aggressive, physically strong. But woman with her meekness, when I say meekness, does not mean weakness. Meekness is the humility that she is, have brought existence to the mighty. If you look at us today, you could see mighty men have been named, but behind them is great women. That's why they say behind every great man is a great woman. And that's exactly what it is. So woman is everything. And woman is the mother of mightiness, because if that mighty person exists, that means there is a mightier person exists before that mighty. And this is woman. So we honor you guys for being mothers, sisters, and wives, and everything that life need. Without you, we will not be here, and of course, without us, no existence. Also, So, but we don't want to put ourselves out there, because you guys have suffered, and we need to stand up and support women, and in particular, our Equatorial women also to be honored and respected in what we're going through right now in Equatoria. Our Equatorian women voices are more louder than the men, and I want our Equatorian men to be humble like our women, to see how they stand. They're not looking for position or status or recognition. They're looking for the solution, and they will come together. And I appreciate you, uh, all the women around the world, in particular also our Equatorian women. So I don't want to go far. I will give a chance to Mr. CJ, and then after that, Babula Tai and Mr. McCartney, Miss Nancy, and Mr. Khamis. Thank you for joining us, guys. Welcome, Mr. CJ. Put your thoughts and your words, please. Thank you.
Hello. Can you?
Yes, sir. We hear you clearly. Go ahead. Thank you.
Well, it's great to talk about. Yeah, let me say hello to every one of you guys and those who have joined us, including guests who might have joined us as well, and our brothers and our women who are suffering, probably back home in South Sudan in particular. Yeah, it was indeed.
Mr. CJ, I just want to interrupt you for a second. I want to also give a shout out to our sister Sheba Ibrahim, and she's also one of our greatest colleague. She wrote something, and I'm really appreciative for what she said. I'm sorry. I apologize, Sheba, if I said, because her late father was a great man that really she spoke about highly, and he's from Equatoria, and you know, and we honor him, and may his soul rest in peace. And also want to say that um, we have great Equatorian men uh, who are alive or have gone, have raised great daughters and great sisters, and great, they have done a lot, and because of them, today we see our sisters and many women heroes who are standing up because of the inspiration that their fathers left for them. So just wanted to honor Sister Sheba and her late father, and all the others who lost their parents, either their fathers or mothers, because I even have my aunt who I lost her. She's a mother. um, you know she died a couple of years ago from cancer. May her soul rest in peace. Those also, she's a great mother, and also she was an inspiration. Even I was honored to speak with her, even before her death, by days before she died. So we honor all our late ancestors, and may their soul rest in peace. So go ahead, Mr. CJ. Sorry, I just wanted to acknowledge our sister Sheba. Thank you.
And to all moms who might have passed away, and those women all over the world who are also suffering. Yeah, indeed, we all know that, International Women's Day on 8th March, of course, is an occasion which mark the women's group around the world. The day is also commemorated on the United Nations and designated as well. Many countries as national holidays. Women Day as well, through over the continents, the entire continents of the world. It didn't come out of nothing. It was a struggle. It wasn't easy. Women have been struggling. But the base of all is that the transgressions or the developments in our world, the world we're living in, if we could see the history of human being has been something that's gradually been developed. There was some kind of developments that lead us to today's situations where we're living. Probably if I were to look at, we're more better than ever before. Ever since, women has been suffering, there were a lot of abuse and violations and all that kind of things. But thank God, that things got changed over the time, and I'm proud of that. These awards mainly, my favorite exemplary word is that a woman's, if you have a woman's, educated women's can be a golden, a gold, golden, precious thing when you have, that will change the society. Women has a role in changing the society. If you can build them, educate them, they'll be more better to change this world. And that is exactly what people, the generation before us did it, as well as, times you could see there are more many changes, despite the fact that, of course, violence as part of human being, is unavoidable. It sometimes happens, but through educations, agri management's kind of sessions and all that, we were more better than ever before. Women used to be as products or property. Today, if you look at it, you can see women everywhere in the field of educations, raising children as well as judge, judicially, all probably the entire government and all that. This reminds us and give us the courage that, there's always hope, because it is through hope and love that our world got changed. Other than that, it wouldn't have been the way how it is, you know. Of course, it varies, the situation varies from country to country through the borders and all that. You have the language also, languages and all that. It plays a role, a big roles in human life. So I'm proud for every woman. When it comes to the role of women, it's beyond, of course, definitely. As each of us knows that, a man can come in and get engaged with a woman, got marriage, and things may get changed over the time, yet there could be some kind of dispute where there will be a separations, yet moms, women will not leave you behind. Your mom is always to stick with you, whatever the situation is. She will always hold the burdens as an orphans. I could remember, of course, I was not lucky to see my mom's and neither been raised by her, but, overall, the community around me was so uh, wonderful that, they did help us in a way or another. Yet, this is the women's. So we're proud of you guys, despite all the grievances, all that We used to understand the negative things that you almost most of the time comes from men and all that. We know it is there. But the stronger society, peace and stability is the only way out that will bring us to an understanding, a point of understanding and corrections. That is exactly the world we are looking at. And I'm proud of institutions such as United Nations that gave women's uh, rights of equal rights and equality and justice, and also in sharing everything together, enlightening people that the way toward the bright future is of course by sticking to the women's over the history as well. Religious wise, women's has been there always with men side by side. They have been backbone to each other time and time again. Things has never changed. Well, uh, when we talk about South Sudan, for instance, my home country of South Sudan origins, particularly Equatoria, things that is going there, of course, is really sad. It's a setback. When we see a country that we have struggled for and got independence, all of a sudden, today women are suffering, and always, in such kind of we're now in a war throughout ever since 1956 to this day. Our women have been suffering a lot. You wouldn't have imagined, a man is not any longer, particularly those perpetrators, they have no any longer remorse on women's, bad treatment, killing, abuse, violations, and all that. As says Didi, it is really sad back. That is something that it break our hearts as men. When we are in distant land, looking back, hearing all these news coming to us. So I'm proud of women, wherever they are, worldwide. I know you'll always be a part of us, whatever the situation is. Yet, I always look forward that things may change over the time, and that we will have a peaceful and secure world, a world that respects every one of us, whether it be a child, women, or men, treat them in an equal manner, in an equal way. So to this end, I'll say thank you for every month and everyone who have just joined us at this forum. I'm proud of you guys. Look forward, to your contributions to your communities and to Equatorial Women's. I say keep on struggling. Time will come when things will change. Peace will come definitely. And we're all hoping for that. Thank you. Thanks, Satika, and thanks to everyone.
Thank you. uh, thank you so much, Mr. CJ. I hope you hear me. All right, awesome. Let me go ahead to Miss. Is it Nancy? Oh, Miss Babula. Sorry, Babula Tai. Yes, sorry, Miss Nancy. It's Babula Tai. Then McCartney. Then you come after McCartney, Mr. McCartney, and then Khamis will come after it. I really appreciate you guys for joining us, and let's celebrate women because women are mostly neglected, and in particular, Equatorian women. So today is a moment where we celebrate and honor, not just celebrate by mean making a party, but to honor them. And when we honor them, we want to know, and I want to leave this message to our brothers and sisters who are going to listen to it later, that let's honor our women continually because our women is everything to us. They are our backbone. Our women today, our Equatorian women, are speaking out. They're crying to the men to rise up. It's time for the men to really speak out from their heart and act accordingly like men because our women are vulnerable. They need us. It doesn't mean that they are weak, but they need us because our women is our identity. Like, I could say like the castle that need to be protected because of them, we don't exist. And without us, they don't exist. So let's defend them. Auntie Babulatai, please welcome. The mic is yours. Go ahead and thank you for joining us. It's really great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, San Etika, Didi, CJ, McCartney, Nancy, and Kamis. I greet you all. It's been a long time, I never joined a clubhouse to speak, I've been busy, I went back to work. So that's why, anyway, the topic is very great and wonderful. I just want you to explain to me a word that IWD, the abbreviation, so that I can move on from there.
Okay.
I know, and what role does the Equatorian women should play?
Okay. Oh, good. Good. The IWD means International Women Day. That was apostrophe to International Women Day. So we, because you know how like the clubhouse sometimes when you write the title, even I put it in Facebook IWD. Some, yes, you're right, I supposed to correct it in Facebook, but unfortunately I didn't. But everybody would know IWD is stand for International Women Day. Of course, I think it comes on the 8th of March, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can correct me later or correct me now if they can write it down. But yes, it's in March 8th that International Women Day is celebrated around the world. So we're supposed to do it that day, but unfortunately we did not, because there was also a lot of people go doing the commemoration and celebration of Women Day. So we said, okay, we'll do it anytime later. We had some, also other stuff going on that we're not able to do this topic. So today we had the chance to do it, and we are honored to see you here, Auntie Babula, and others who are with us here, all our brothers and sisters. And it's a great honor because we need to celebrate you every day, not just a 1 month or one day. Because women, they do a lot for us, and we need to honor you guys. So continue, Auntie Babula. Thank you. I hope it's clear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Because the International Women Day been celebrated like almost 1 week ago or 2 weeks. I don't know. That's why. So thank you so much, San Etika. Yeah, I'm not gonna take long. It's just like women. The word women. If you can connect it like women, WOM AN or MEN, like women, woman. So we women, and the letter W, it has a lot different meanings. Women are wise, they're women are wisdom, women are everything. So for me, I can say Equatorian women are the strongest women women in the world. Not only in the world, let me say in South Sudan, our women are really suffering. Our women are everything. Uh, like if you can put it this way, women are the one raising kids when their dads, when the divorce happen, a woman cannot run away from her kids. Like there is في مثال بيقولوا البقر ما بيفطر من قرونه. So women can be described that way. And number two, I can just say like men have to stand by their women, because we women, we are your daughters, your sisters, your mothers, your wives, And the role of the woman is, especially like in the country, South Sudan, I can see that women are really ignored totally, They don't even appreciate them or remember them or like consider them like they are the mother of the nation. And secondly, I don't know, maybe men and the way men are taking it like women. You see, in the beginning, if you see the word women, it started with WO and then end with men. So women are number one, okay? And then men. And some men are taking it in that way, in another way, like women are created from their ribs. That's why men are seeing that they're superior, they're number one, they're everything. But if it comes to the reality, we women, a woman as a mother in the house, and she can play a role of making a house to have peace, stability, and to be a loving home, and like she contribute a lot, especially in the families, like. And if you see in another way, men also contribute, but because men always, the way they see women, they don't see them like they're like existing, like in the human life. A woman is a woman. She's just there to give birth and to take care of the house, to clean, to wash, to run up and down, to take care of the babies and all this. But men don't consider that. Men come after calling a woman or women, because men came through a woman. If not me as a woman, men cannot exist. And we are the mother of the nation. So we need to be celebrated International Women's Day every day, or Mother's Day every day, not only in that Pacific Day, or on that real day, like when the world starts saying, oh, yeah, today or tomorrow, next tomorrow is a Mother Day or International Women's Day, then some men will start celebrating, oh, I'm celebrating this because of my mother, because of my wife, or something like that. This is supposed to be celebrated every day, and we women, our role is this. Our role is to bring peace and stability. But because we also, we women, we breathe like men, but the creator really like create us differently. Like there's some stuff that we have it in our body. We have breasts, we have all this, but men don't have. That's why men are seeing that they're superior, their word can be on top of us, and we have to implement what they want us to do. And like, we are not valued. We are not valued to our men of Africa. Men of Africa don't value women. But if you see in other worlds, like in first world, women are really valued, and women are number one in everything. And if you see, like a woman, at the same time, she knows her part. She knows her part. But in another way, me as a woman, or women all over the world, if they want to bring peace, they can manage. They can they can let the world have peace. But because women are squeezed somewhere, that's why you see, we just see like, okay, I'm just a woman. Men words can go on top of me anytime. Men words can drive me parallelly or opposite. So that's why you can see the world of nowadays have a lot of problems. Women don't have chance to speak, and any woman that's coming out to raise her voice or want to correct something, they will just say, oh, you are just a woman. You're just a woman. You are not you are not, your word cannot be implement, or men cannot follow what the woman say. But if you can see the difference of nowadays, we're in 21st century. If you can see, women are becoming more stronger than men. I'm not just abusing men. I'm just saying men of nowadays, or of 21st century, they're just men that were wearing pants and shirts. But some men, they are weak. Some of them are weak, some of them are strong and have a word, and can stand tall, can defend his wife, can defend his daughter, his mother, and all this. But some men, they can't do that. But you can find a woman in a family or in a community. You can see a woman can stand tall to defend, to defend a country, or to defend a family, or to defend some women also participating in defending their husbands, and this is what I just really like discover in 21st century, because I am in generation of I'm very great. I'm very glad that uh, I'm I enter in 21st century and I start seeing things uh, changing in the world, all over the world. Like men, let's cross the WO and we just leave that men, men of nowadays, they're supposed to, to put women the first, number one. They also supposed to listen to women, to listen to a mother as a woman in the house, listen to her and just consider her like she's part of you, and maybe what she's saying or what she's trying to put it in order is okay, but some men, like I hear one of our brothers say, oh, some women out there, if they like want to fix their homes, they can fix it. If they want to destroy it, they can destroy it. Because we women, oh my goodness, just moment. Yeah, because we women always we don't lower ourselves, but men are the one lowering us, like leveling us to the extent that we are like we supposed not to have a word in the family or in the community or wherever. And sometimes also a role of a woman is like no woman that want to see a war or killing or or family members is minus and something like that. So we are really a great a great creatures that God create us. We are something, we are part of men in this world. So if men of nowadays, like in the 21st century, can like see not that we women are superior, or we the one are to drive things to be correct or to be straight, men first and women behind. But for me, according to my understanding, I'm not abusing men. I always think like, oh, we women supposed to be the first and men after us, because if you see the word written women, W and MEN and something like that, men supposed to be behind us, but always we are participating a lot in men's life. Like if you see a great man out there, after him is a woman. So anyway, let's take it like it is what it is, and it is our human nature. And I hope things will change. I can see in some part of the world, women in the parliament, when they speak or they present something, like something that can move the country forward, it works. But men always they promote war, and men are having a high temper always in organizing things, or like leading the community or family or country. So men are our problems nowadays in the world. And according to me, I can see like if men can change their attitude, or they can change their behavior, or they can consider we women as part of them, and they can listen to us, the world will have peace. The world will be in the world will have security and stable, and everyone will just live in peace and harmony. Thank you. Up to here, I have nothing more to say, nothing much to say. Thank you guys, and I appreciate you, San Etika, to come out, and Didi to come out with this topic. It's a great topic. It's good to discuss about the role of the women, and especially women in Equatoria. I remember one day something that it's like let me say this is it happened in my family. One day my mom gets sick and she was taken to the hospital, and my dad, we were all together there. My dad just took us and we went to the hospital to see our mom, and mama was not talking, and my father started saying like, "Oh God, listen to me. May you give quick recover to my wife, and I want to see my wife well, and I hope that let her not die. Instead of her dying, I better die before her, so that mothers are always number one. Mothers are always everything for the kids. So uh, my father was really requesting, like he bowed down and praying, saying, God, take me, leave my wife, because me alone, I can't take care of my kids. I can't provide them. I can provide them everything, but I can't do like what my wife is doing to my kids. So we all start crying, and for sure, and that time I really like, oh wow. If you see a father or a man that lost his wife or divorced his wife and went out there and married a second wife, and the guy already having kids, and the second wife, either she's gonna take good care of the kids, or she's gonna beat them, or she's not gonna treat them well. And if you see a man also that divorced, or they lost the wife, or the wife died, the man immediately will go and marry another woman to come and help him to take care of the kids, to raise the kids. So things will not go straight according to his thought, or And if you see in the part of women, especially in Equatoria, I see many women that they lost their husbands, but they're there for their kids, always taking care of them, letting them go to school, and providing them everything. And some women will end up without getting married to a second husband or something like that. Some women will just sacrifice their life to raise their kids, caring for their kids, want to see their kids having a better future, bright future. So this is the difference between us women and men. And I'll just stop here. I'll say thank you guys so much for the great topic, and may God bless all of you. And up to here, I'll just say thank you again. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. It's great to hear from you. We are honored by your presence and by your message. So let our brothers and sisters, especially our brothers, to listen to the voices of our sisters, our women, our daughters, our mothers, our wives, because when they speak, let us take full attention and make difference. So the pain that they go through must not continue. We must stop that pain by any means, because they are our reason for life. So I want to give a chance to Mr. McCartney. Welcome, brother. It's a great honor to see you. Please put your thoughts on your words and message to our sisters. And then later, when we finish with everyone, we have questions, and you might come there with the questions. And also, I have my last message also I want to put later in conclusions, which is going to take time before we get there. But welcome, brother McCartney. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead. Thank you.
For giving me this opportunity to discuss International Women Day. What role does the Equatorian women should play? Yes, if you look at the past and currently, and the Equatorian women have registered very successful contributions in share growth in equal opportunities with men in a country politically socio-economically. If you see managerial position in Equatorial, you can see many of the women's got opportunities and also in other different roles. The biasness in the past that Equatorial women are observed as children manufacturing machines has reduced that women start looking at themselves as a potential contributor into the societies. And that is also evidence, and that we can appreciate them if you see the Equatorial women in Clubhouse and in Facebooks, how they engage strongly, advocates for the rights and the rights of vulnerable people in Equatoria. All those things we should be celebrated and appreciate. That the blessing hands of the Equatorian women that fought for it tireless day and night, sitting there and speak a voice for the voiceless, and this we need to celebrate. Very great. And also we look at the contributions of women mothers as educators that took responsibility to educate children. They're saying if educate one child, you educate all the communities. And the Equatorial women engage fully in those contributions, educate children, and also the part-time or full-time jobs they're doing at homes. See, the Equatorial women will start working from 6 o'clock in the morning and until 10 o'clock at night. This also has been reduced and showing that there's share labor those days, and thus give the Equatorial women to breathe, and thanks for them to fight hard to reduce those gaps, and give them also opportunity to have their own space and to participate in employment opportunity and contribute in development of the countries or home affairs. There's a great success, and I observe and I notice in face of our Equatorial women. And one of the things we didn't notice in Equatorial women, maybe myself only, that Equatorial women become more than a man those days. They took the front lines with their hearts and fought with it and pinpoints where wrong is and replace it with right, where men start hiding behind the women's. And I have to appreciate that our women's had moved little bit more step to took over the men's in role of politics and in role of advocacy, in role of challenging government from inside, because no men speak from inside South Sudan, but the Equatorian women's always open their mouth from Juba itself, from the center of the military. Their talk. You see how our women move that so far to advocate for the rights of the peoples. They talk about the separation of Equatoria, and they talk about the marginalization of the peoples, and they talk about the sexual violence against the Equatorial women, and they talk about the tortures, and they talk about the corruptions, and they talk about the child marriage. You see, this is a huge topic, should be channeled by men, but I never heard those words from Equatorial men themselves. All those words I hear from the women's, the Equatorial women. That gives me a great respect when I see Equatorial women like other women, I always treat them with a great respect for the contributions and for the difference they're making daily to overcome the situation in the South Sudan, particularly in Equatoria. Thank you so much, those women. Keep those bell ringing and never give up. And no man should be there to act as a blockade to prevent you from your voice to go across. You're the voice for the voiceless, and also the contribution. You see a woman like a Sukeji just put for all charities and raise the voice for everyone. Not because this thing happened only for her. She feel the suffering of the Equatorian children and women who are vulnerable in South Sudan. That's why she took that responsibility to work hard, saying that together we can make a difference in the life of our suffering people in Equatorial. Those in the past were the main jobs. They sit there and also doing nothing. But now I'm appreciate women's came up and start contributing in the different capacity and also building capacity building for other women, which is really great. We noticed that with the great honor and that, and also our wife at homes who are working tireless, and then their potentials cannot go unnoticed, and we still appreciate that. Together, we need to clap our hands for all women, particularly Equatorial women. They come so far, and they should continue engage in political affairs of our country, economical and socially. Never give up, and you need to fight for that, and also men responsibility to promote that. But some men here always hide behind the women's. They need the women to open for them a clubhouse so they come and talk. You see, those kind of men who really treat women like slaves. You see, you can't wait for women to open the clubhouse and then you come to talk. No, that is embarrassing. Open a clubhouse. Let women come and express their view too. You see, there's few men still I watch them too. They just hide behind the women. Not like that. Behind a woman, there's a success man. You see, women always make people successful, but not men always hide there. I don't like that. You see, I don't like that. I need that women are doing well, and they will continue doing well, and we need to promote them, and we need to protect them. You see, protection is the most, and we need to defend them and praise them all the time for the small difference they are making. We need to praise them. If a woman come there with a contributions, I don't want to see. Most men just pay $50. You see, that is a problem. Yet the women pay 1,000. You see, look the contribution women are making. You see, when come to contribution they pay high. When come to men pay $20. You see, it means that men are always putting us to the level of marginalizations economically when it comes to contribution. So this needs to be challenged. You see, all together we need to challenge that mentalities which still exist among the Equatorian men. Thank you so much, and I don't want to take all the time. Well done, women, Equatorial women warrior. Continue with that spirit. The struggle continues. Defeat and victories are in the hands of God, and all together we need to enjoy the struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Brother McCartney. I appreciate. Let me give chance to Miss Nancy. Welcome, Miss Nancy. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your patience. After that, Mr. Hamis, and welcome, Brother Roberts. We would like to see you here, Mr. Richard, Brother Son of Equatoria, and the Gone. Welcome, join us, and Mr. Cristiano, and Mr. Nelson. Anyone want to say something about women? Because we try to celebrate Women Day, even though it's late, but we say celebration for women. We celebrate them every day and every time. This is the month supposed to be celebrated Women Day, so we want to honor them. in particular Equatorian women, because they are our backbone, our strength, and they are our mothers, our sisters, and their voices is resonating loud every day about Equatoria need to do something, and the people of Equatoria, and they're speaking to us, the men, to rise up and be men and take our position as men to defend and honor them as our women. So, Sister Nancy, welcome and thank you for joining us. Please go ahead, put your thoughts and also your advice to us as men, and also, your message. So, feel free and speak your mind. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Mm. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Dede and Odysseus. Thank you for this wonderful, it's just amazing motion. I'm so happy to be in the house, and I'm so happy to be South Sudanese. I will never change my nationality for anything. And I love my role as a woman. No matter what, I will still be a woman. So, wow, it's a great thing really today. I'm so happy to see my brothers or you guys coming up with such emotion. We need to start this kind of talks. This is something we had been missing for so long. So let me start a role of a woman. Like let me start from. I'm just going chronologically, like from childhood. From a child, we girls, when we are little kids, as a child, we observe how our mothers do things. We support them, just the same as our male brothers observe their fathers, what they do. So we support our mothers by basically just doing the washing dishes or maybe cleaning the house, just doing the little thing, helping them carrying water. As we grow, as we grow, we thank God in my generation, we started going to school, not like the generation of my grandmothers who did not get opportunity to go to school. But in my generation, I'm so happy that I got opportunity to go to school. So I went to school, and when I reached marriageable age, we get married. I'm speaking to women anyway in general. So when we get to a marriageable age, we get married. I don't know, that age could be 15, 18, 20, or whatever age that is to you to get married, and we get married. When we get married, some of us didn't get a job before they could get married. Some of us married while when they got a job already, they were working. So when we get married, our role changes. It's not only that cleaning or fetching water. Now something is added. We became mothers, like you produce life, you start giving birth to life, to children. What I wanted to talk about really here is in our marriages, we as mothers, I don't I don't think you men, you love us. You don't love us that much. We miss your love, we miss your respect, because when you love your wife, her role is not only limited to giving birth or cooking for you or cleaning and doing just house chores, but take her as a partner as well. Share with her your daily struggle. Maybe you're a farmer, or if you go to the office, you share some little things with her. I tell you, she can advise you in some other things. That's why you got this adage that behind a successful man there is always a woman. There is a woman because this man who is successful listen to his wife, share things with the woman. But if you come home from work, you don't share anything with me, how can I help you? You will be struggling all by yourself. And I'm also struggling home here all by myself. And on top, I miss love. You don't even give me love, because love will make you share with me things. If a man you find yourself, you don't share things with your wife, know that you don't love that woman. You just love maybe the other things she's doing, cleaning, whatever. If you really love your woman, you will make her part of your social life, social world. She'll be part of your social world. You at work, you will always check on her. We don't need even long conversation. You just call her, say, hi, sweetie, how are you doing? what are you cooking? Just maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes. We appreciate that one so much. But you will be gone the whole day. You won't even make a phone call. You get home, you don't even say much. You want just your food and you start minding your business. Do you really think you love this woman? The person you love, you're supposed to be free. This person's supposed to be your friend. You're supposed to be, a woman, your wife is supposed to be your best friend. You're supposed to be able to share things with her, private things, your secret. This is the person you can share stuff with. But if you find yourself you're not doing that, know that you don't love this woman. A lot of us, we don't find that love. We're just turned into like a slave in our own homes. We take care of our children by ourselves. We miss love. We die miserable. you know our mothers there in the village, and even not in the villages, the ones staying in town, they die miserable. We have this man that doesn't love us. They go and even get another wife. At times we leave that marriage, we go home, and you struggle with your children. Sometimes even you can't manage. You take your children to your poor old mother who is supposed to be now enjoying the fruit of her womb. You're supposed to be supporting her and making her even rest more. But now we're dropping our grandkids with our mothers. They never rested. They grew up sad. Their marriage, they didn't enjoy it, and they die on top of that sad as well. So please, men, we just want you to love us a little and respect us. Love and respect. If I'm your partner, you're supposed to be able to share with me that part of your life so that I can also give you mine. If every man love his wife, share everything, believe me, all of you will be successful. If you just change your ways, try to do that, all of you will be successful. But also, again, it comes to this. If you, man, you have multiple wives, there is a problem. I can advise you honestly. The other woman will advise you based on her interest. There will be now interest. Interest will come in, and believe me, you will fall. You'll not succeed because every woman has its own way of, has her own interests. You can't unite people's interests. It cannot be. Especially when you're only one man and there are several women struggling for you. It's not don't look at it like you are more important. That's why you're having a lot of women or more handsome. It's stupidity. You got to stop doing that. Focus on one wife and success. If all of you make us women happy, our country will be the best. We will show you the best love, the best honor, because I want my husband to be my pride. Just the same way I want to live good before you. There will be no even adultery. We will all live in fidelity. If you love your wife, the woman will never think of going anywhere, never think of making mistake. Fidelity will be our uttermost, priority. But men in South Sudan, they don't look at this. They go and punch other ladies out there, some even very young girls. They know very well they leave their women home with barely nothing. And they come home, they find they want to eat even the best part of the food. You left only $10 for food. You went out, you spent $200 on that girl, and you come back, you want to eat the best part of the food from that $10. This is not right. Do you think you're doing the best thing here for your family? We want you to start thinking right. We want you to start thinking right. You are not thinking right at all. That's why our country is going like that. We are so weak, we women, we carry a lot, we have stress, nobody listen to us. I really, whenever I see our poor mothers struggling with their grandkids, their children, a mother, what parents desire for their children is happy marriage. If I don't see my children living happily with their wives or their husbands, believe me, that's when parents die, not a happy death, no matter what. So what do you desire for your parents? You as a man and you as a woman, what do you desire for your parents? You want them to die happily, or you want them to die just not happy like that? Marriage is not only for us, we got to look beyond that. We got to see also the interests of our parents. We want to make them happy. We want them to die happy death. You know, that is how I think. Make my daughter happy. Every parent, when they see you make their daughter happy, that marriage will be happy, because I want any man that marries my daughter to treat my daughter well. Any woman that marries my son to treat my son well. But how does it work? It starts with love. If that man has a love for this woman and this woman has a genuine love for her husband, everything will go well. We should stop cheating one another. If you know you don't love that woman, you want to play with it, man, I urge you to stop. Stop doing that. Don't just go and fall in love with a woman for the sake of just having sex. We should stop even getting these free sex. Why not value yourself? Why would I get free things? Why do I want cheap things? You know, give value to yourself. If you don't give value to yourself, you find yourself just doing that kind of thing, you know, and even you go around moving with people who are not even worth you sometimes. That's not good. I have problem with that. I want people to start valuing themselves. Nobody, even whether you're a woman or a man, I don't want you to look at yourself like you're poor, like you're useless. No, everybody, whether you have one eye, blind, lame, we are all equal. You have potential within you, have talent. I've seen blind people do great things. I've seen paralytic people do great things. You know, everybody can do something. Whether you're orphan, I've seen orphans who have emerged, they're doing great things and better. We should prioritize love in our life. We should prioritize truth. We should be honest. If we cheat one another, this is the confusion will fall in. We should stop cheating one another. We should strive to be honest at all times, truthful. When you marry your wife or you woman married your husband, let trust be number one. Be honest, be truthful. Prioritize infidelity in your marriage. Because once one person started going wrong, that's when problems start. Oh, why are you late? Because you started already going somewhere. That's why the other person speaks. And then some women think, okay, they will start doing competition. You are doing this, I'll punish you here. I will not give you this, which is also wrong. It's not a way of solving problem by punishing the other. I will not give my body, I will deny you this. No, that's not also the way, you know. So please, before you could get married, you men know what exactly you want. Don't marry somebody with your priority number 5. I know you men, when you're dating a woman, you have some priority things in that woman. You desire some character. If the character you desire number 1 is not in that woman, but she has number 5, you said, okay, let me get her like that. My brother, don't go into that one, because when you find another person that has the priority you have in your heart, she has the number 1, you will leave this woman, you start dating that one, and then it will bring problem in your marriage. Search patiently, wait get the person according to your priority. We are not clothes that you'll just marry us and we don't know that you don't even want us that much. That's why you don't give us that love, and you are still searching for the one you want to be helping yourself. You better wait patiently until you get the one you really desire and marry that person so that you can stay without divorce. I hate the word divorce, because divorce is only good for you and that woman you're divorcing, but not the children. If you're divorcing, you don't have kids, I don't have any problem. But once children are involved, please stop doing that. And go after only the woman you love. Don't go after the person you don't love. And another thing, if you continue disrespecting us all the time and you don't even love us, you just married us to use us, don't you think we will one day not protest? And we protest. We don't want to get married, or we don't want to give birth at all. Then what will happen? Will there be life again? If women protest in South Sudan, they don't want to give birth for 1 year or 2 years. Don't you think women cannot do that? We can protest if you guys continue to disrespect us and not to love us and to use us the way we're being used, and we die unhappy deaths. We want to see happy death. We want to see that. Or else, when we go to Plan B, it won't be good for you and it won't be good for South Sudan. You know, you need to stop doing that. Yeah, we thank the likes of President like Thomas Sankara, who encouraged girls' education. Today, we have a lot of women who are educated in Africa, and we thank really the opportunity also men gave us these days to own some position in offices. But in South Sudan, there are a lot of abuses to those offices. Women who held higher position, they went through a lot of abuse. Men will say, yeah, I will vote you, but you need to give me this and in kind. You see, these men who are behaving like this, honestly, they don't know their value. They don't have even value for me, this kind of men. So I want you guys to value yourself more. Stop this kind of behavior. If you're in this forum, you're behaving like that, stop it. Even if you're a woman in this forum, you're behaving like that, stop it. We got to value ourselves, We should not just give ourselves for free like that. We should not be doing this. Yeah. I think that's my contribution for now. And then, yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. Though I have a lot, but that's my contribution for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Nancy. Um, well, I wanted to say thank you again, and thank you to those who are here with us. Um, it just, you know, it saddened me sometimes. Right now we're talking about our women, in particular Equatorian women, and also our women. Just looking at women. Woman is the mother of the world. Woman is essential to the world. Woman is part of our existence, and yet it shows you today the numbers that we have around us right now. Listening to that, regardless if we disagree politically or whatever, we see each other in different way of how for Equatoria separation, because we are an Equatorian nationals who calling for independent. But yet when we talk about women, we're supposed to see every man um, will see, because we're in the 21st century, would be concerned and understanding that, hey, this is the time to honor them. But unfortunately, of course, it shows that South Sudan is still behind on respecting and honoring women. Only few men will appreciate that, and they are here with us, and we thank them because they are really showing genuine love for women and respect and honor. But of course, majority of our people still behind, because the only thing they like to do is to think that they know better. But unfortunately, from their fruit you shall know them, as they say. So I don't want to go far. I want to give a chance to Mr. Khamis. Thank you, Uncle Khamis, for coming in. Please go ahead, put your input. You can speak in Arabic. Feel free. I know we have different way of expressing ourselves, so I want people to express themselves in the best way they can express. Either you speak Arabic or English. Feel free. Speak, and of course, if there's any foreigner among us who don't speak Arabic, we'll try to help them. Our brothers and sisters who speak Arabic, I think they say the same thing but in different language, or maybe they have a little bit point that we might express it in the way how they express. Thank you. فاتفضل أبو الخميس. Thank you.
يا شكرا الأخ أوديسيا. أنا صراحة بقول بك بكل صراحة من الأجيال إنه يعني فعلا بتخدم الوطن وبتخدم كل شيء. أولا العنوان اللي انتوا قدمتوه ده صراحة عنوان في المحل، وأنا أتمنى كان كل رجال يكون موجودين، وكان الأمهات والإخوات كانوا يكونوا قاعدين تحت ويستمع للخطاب بتاعنا. اليوم العالمي للمرأة جاء نتيجة إن المرأة دخلت في نضالات الوطنية. المرأة بتكافح جنبا على جنب مع الرجل في المبدأ المساواة في الحقوق والواجبات، رغم إن المرأة مهمة إنه كانت هي تربية الأطفال وإدارة شؤون المنزل. المرأة طلعت وناضلت ودخلت في المحام الرجل، وأصبح إن المرأة في قمة المساواة بين الرجل والمرأة. المثل اللي بيقول إنه الأم مدرسة، إذا عادتها منات عادت الأمة. بالمعنى الأم هي المدرسة قبل ما إنه الأطفال يمشوا في المدارس. المثل اللي بيقول إنه وراء كل رجل امرأة، أنا ما كملت امرأة عظيمة، لكن وراء كل رجل امرأة. ده بيقصد بإنه الرجل لما تكون أنت رجل وأنت وصلت على القمة من كل النواحي الأخلاق وأعمال الكل اللي أنت بتعمل، حتى لو وصلت في رئاسة الجمهورية، مناط الفضل بيرجع للأم. مناط الأم اللي إنه جابتها في الدنيا ده هي أم عظيما قدم كل تضحياتها وتربياتها حسن تبقى الرجل. ليه لما نقولوا هذا هو الرجل؟ بمعنى هنا بيرجع الفخر للأم، أنجب الرجل بالمعنى الكلمة. عشان كده الأم هي المدرسة. أنا صراحة كان أتمنى لو كان في تنسيق في هذا اليوم، كان أساسا هنقدم بعض الجوائز لبعض الشخصيات اللي أنا ممكن أتنادون بأسامي. تعال المرأة الاستوائية دخل في نضالات الثورة جنبا على الرجل، قد تكون بعد تحدى بعض الرجال، أمثال الأخت ديدي، أمثال الأخت فيانكا، أمثال الأخت بابولتاي، أمثال الأخت تريزا، أمثال الأخت جوني. دي ذكرت الأسامي على سبيل المثال، وكثير منهم ديلا من المفترض كان إحنا حنقدم له جوائز، لأن نضالاتهن هي نضالات في المبدأ المساواة بين الرجل والمرأة، لأنهن إنه شعرت بوجعة ولادة الأولاد، شعرت بولادة الأجيال، شعرت بولادة الشباب والجيل اللي إنه بكرة هيقدم ويحطل الوطن، والشباب بيدمر الوطن، والسياسيين بيدمر الأطفال الجيل. تحية لكم أيها النساء، استمروا في نضالات دي ونحن معاكم صنفا فصنف، لأن أنتم الجيل القادم، أنتم جيل المستقبل. هتورثوا مننا اللي نحن ما قادرين انتوا حتكملوها. شكرا، ما حكلم كتير. بشكرك أتيكي من أمثال الشباب وحبا للوطن مهما في اختلاف الرأي لا يفسد القضية ود. التحية لكم جميعا وشكرا.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khamisa. I really appreciate your kind and kind words. Really touch the heart. I know people they speak. I think I know most people. We speak Arabic and English. We're bilingual as South Sudanese, and I hope people understood it because طبعا Khamis we speak Arabic Fusha. Still is understandable and we have to learn. Let us not make it Mr. Khamis قاعد يتكلم عربي صعب ده عربي يا هو عربي you know. So some people will make it like ده عربي تقيل ده ما عربي تقيل ده اللغة العربية الأصلي and we have to learn. Ex- exactly.
Exactly.
Wow, that's true because we need to learn. I mean, people need to learn, and we are because حتى ذاته في العالم احنا عايزين نوصل ل communication to a language I'll be understandable to everyone, and it's good that Mr. Khamis spoke this and وفعلا بيشجع المرأة وأنا بشكرك كثير يا خميس. Also I'm proud of you for your great contribution. Even I know you way back, and you have been also a role model to me. When I was a kid, I was watching and seeing you guys doing a lot, advocating for the right of South Sudanese, even the way how you have helped in many things. And, history will remember you guys in the coming times. And, whatever we do it for the love of our people, not for recognition or, be recognized or loved, because some people they would love to be recognized, but I know you guys you sacrifice things not because you want to be recognized, but you did it because you see, you believe in conviction على المبادئ اللي انتم ماشيين فوقه. And that's why today we are the generation after you guys, and we're going to continue, and we will live long until we see our land, our people are free, and that's for sure will happen. And I'm definitely confident on that. So I want to welcome also Brother James and Brother Robert. Welcome, and also those that down there, if they want to come up and say something. And I also love to see Uncle David. I see you there. Please join us. It will be great honor. I always respect your writings and your comments. We would love to see from our elders. Message to our Equatorian women and to women in general. نطلب منك تتفضل تجي لنا وتدينا كمان تشجيع لأخواتنا ونسائنا في استواء, because we need to also honor the women for their great contribution and great sacrifice. So it will be a great honor, Mr. David, if you join us. So I send you an invitation, and anyone who wants to speak up, please join us. Don't worry about the political view you have. We can disagree, agree to disagree. We're not going to take anything personal, but we just know that we all have different views in life, and this is the part of life, and this is the beauty of it too. But let's honor women and let's honor their sacrifice and greatness, because without women, a man would not be here, and without us, women would not be here also. And but we honor them because they have taken a lot of pain and suffer, but at the end, they also stood and withstood time. So, Brother James, please go ahead. I don't want to take home. I know you guys have a lot of message. You can speak in Arabic, like as long as you feel free to speak in the comfortable language, you can say. Please go ahead. Don't worry about, because we all understand we are bilingual. So, thank you so much. Welcome, Brother James.
شكرا جزيلا الأخ أديكا والأخت أستاذ الراغدة ديدي وكل الناس السادة معانا هنا في المنصة والبقية معانا هنا في الروم. أسلم عليكم، وما ننسى برضه نسلم للمشاهدين بتاع قناة إكواتوريان نيشن، نقول لهم طابت أوقاتكم في أي مكان أنتم كنتوا مشاهدين هسي. وفيما بعد العنوان International Women Day and what role does the Equatorian woman should play. صراحة نحن أول حاجة نبدأ بالأم. لما نقول الأم معناته قبل الأم حتجي المرأة. المرأة أصلا هي نص المجتمع، هي بداية المجتمع نفسه، وبصلاحهن إذا صلحت المرأة مؤكد صلحت الأسرة ذاته، هي تكون صالحة والأمة حتكون صالحة. يعني ربنا ذاته قدر كرم المرأة يعني، والأم بصفة خاصة، والجنة تحته أقدام الأمهات. وأي شعب أنت دار تقيس مدى حضارته بتبدأ بالمرأة. المرأة هي أساس كل حاجة. إحنا بس عندنا فكر في أفريقيا بنفتكر أن المرأة هي الجزء الحلقة الأضعف، لكن ممكن تكون هي الأضعف من ناحية العضلات والقوة الجسمانية، لكن المرأة عندها العنوان المعنوي الأعلى في الحياة. يعني شوف حتى الناس بتقول لغة الأم، ما قاعدين يقولوا لغة الأب. أنه البداية بتاعة تربية النشء بتبدأ من البيت، بتبدأ من الأم. والأم رسالتها أكبر للمجتمع، وهي اللي بتتحمل كل صعوبات الحياة، بالذات في الظروف الاستثنائية في الحروب وغيرها. العبء الأكثر أو المتاعب الأكثر بتقع عليها، فبالتالي وجودها في المجتمع مهم جدا جدا. وبعد ده كله أن إحنا برضو الرجال اللي هم أن إحنا الساعد الأيمن لهم، أن إحنا برضو لنا تجاههم حق كبير جدا جدا، لأمهاتنا، لأخواتنا، لأزواجنا، لبناتنا. لازم نهتم بهم، ولازم أن إحنا تعاملنا معهم لازم يكون دقيق. ده طبعا على مستوى العالم، لكن نحن هنا لما نتكلم عن المرأة الإكواتورية، مؤكد أن إحنا أي حاجة عندها علاقة بحياتنا سواء كان هي السياسية أو الاجتماعية لما نتكلم بها كحدث، نبدأ بالسودان حقنا القديم، لأنه نحن امتداد له. عندنا في التاريخ السياسي أو النضالات المعروفة القديمة، في كل مشهد الناس بتتكلم عن مهيرة بنت عبود ورابحة الكنانية. دي شاركوا في حروب، يعني قتل، حرب، يعني عكس ان احنا ما نصوره في المرأة. المرأة ممكن تشارك في كل حاجة، وممكن هي اللي بتعين الراجل بالزغاريد وبالحماس، هي اللي بتشجع، هي اللي بتقدم الطعام للجنود في الميدان. هي دورهم عظيم جدا جدا. فنحن ندلف طوالي نمشي على حسب عنوان الليلة المنتدى أو الحلقة، المرأة الإكواتورية دورها شنو؟ نحن لما نقول المرأة الإكواتورية دورها شنو، نبدأ أول حاجة نحن مشكلتنا شنو؟ نحن الإكواتوريين مشكلتنا شنو؟ دي أنا ما بحددها، يحددوها كل جماهير شعب إكواتوريا، يشوفوا إنه مشكلتهم شنو، ومن النقطة دي حتجي انطلاقة المرأة الإكواتورية. التاريخ ما سابق، أجرات التاريخ متحركة وهي ناصفة، ما بتحتاج للتجيير، ما بتحتاج للتغبيش، ما بتحتاج لأخذ دبل معايير، بتحتاج لرؤية واضحة. النسوان ما جنود في الميدان، النسوان ما هم شايلين سيوف أو RPG قاعدين يحاربوا، لكن هم كلمتهم هي العليا قبل الرجال نفسهم، لأنه هم بيضعوا خارطة الطريق الأساسية لأي مطلب أي أمة مستضعفة في الدنيا. النسوان هو اللي بيضعوا اللبنات الأولى لها، وإكواتوريا ما مستثنى عن ذلك. not exception. يعني هي ثابتة، دور المرأة الثابت في أي محل كان طالما نحن بنتكلم عن إكواتوريا. فنحن في الحتة دي نخلي الأشياء للتاريخ، والتاريخ بتاعنا متجدد متجذر في نفس الوقت. إذا نحن دارين نذكر بعض الأسماء الإكواتوريات الخالدات، مثلا أغنس لوكودو، بالرغم أنه انتماء للمؤتمر الوطني، نحن دائما في الأشياء التاريخية ما بنحاسب الإنسان على لونه السياسي أو انتمائه المكوني أو الجغرافي أو سميها زي ما أنت داير. نحن نحاسب الأشياء التاريخية سواء كان للمرأة أو الرجل لمواقف هو أو هي كان قاعد تقدمه للمجتمع المعني. فأنا استفدوا من النسوان الخالدات في إكواتوريا، نحن نفتخر بهم زي ما أخواننا في شمال السودان بيفتخروا بفاطمة محمد إبراهيم، بالرغم أنه هي بتنتمي لمدرسة يسارية فكرية اللي هو الحزب الشيوعي السوداني، لكن كل ما جاءت فرصة الناس تحدثت عن جهود المرأة ومساهمة المرأة في المجتمع. فاطمة محمد إبراهيم قاعد تجي في المقدمة، يعني بغض النظر أنه زي ما أنا قلت لكم اليسار هو حزب بتاع صفوة ما حزب جماهيري، لكن الناس بتقيس مجهودات الناس زي ما أنا قلت بالمساهمة. أنت ساهمت بها في أي مجال أيا كان المجال ده، أنت عندك دور ممكن تلعب. ونحن في جنوبنا الحبيب يعني نسواننا اكتووا بكل النتائج يا أخوي أتتا بتاع إخفاقات الساسة. إخفاقات الساسة كيف يعني؟ حياة اللجوء دي بالمناسبة صعبة جدا جدا، صعبة جدا جدا لينا نحن كرجال قبل ما النسوان، ما بالك أنه المرأة برضو نرجع أنه هي الثبات الانفعالي بتاعه ما زينا. ربنا هو خلقه كده. شوفوا بيتعبوا كيف سواء كان في المعسكرات أو في ظروف غير طبيعية. يعني أمهاتنا كان عشان يربونا مثلا في الشمال هنا كان بيقوموا ببعض الأعمال مثلا زي بيع الخمور وغيرها من الأشياء والأعمال بتاعت أفريقيا اللي فيها التعب اللي هو أشغال العمالية. وجزء كبير منه من عماتنا الكبار شوية أو خالاتنا كان في النيوان هناك قاعدين في معسكرات بتاعت قولو وغيرها. جات فترة SPLA الأخيرة دي معسكر كاكوما وغيره، فدي حاجات نحن ناخدها في الذاكرة. المرأة كانت تعب كيف عشان في سبيل أنه تربي عيالها. وما ننسى برضو الناس اللي كانوا في الشرق الأوسط من أخواتنا وهم ما أمهاتنا صراحة بتوع العاونة الأخيرة ديل أخواتنا، ممكن يكونوا أخواتنا الكبار. شفناهم أن إحنا كيف كان بجهدا في سبيل أنه يربوا عيالهم. دي بتاعت المرحلة الأخيرة دي في بداية أن إحنا جارين قاعدين نفتش في الهجرة في مصر وغيرها، لبنان وسوريا وغيرها من المتاعب. والساقية لسه مدورة يا أخوي أتيكا. دي برضه نحن نعتبرها نضالات، ونتمنى أنه الحاجات دي بالنسبة لنا كإكواتوريان اوف كورس ما إكواتوريان براه كل جنوب السودان أنه الحاجات دي تقيف عشان نحن ما نشوف تعب نسانا قدامنا بعيوننا. ودي من أفعال الرجال. to be honest with you ما في نسوان كده خربوا مجتمع. حتى المغولة بتاعت عجوبة خربت بلا الصوبة، كان خربت بلا الصوبة في حاجات أنا ما دار أقولها هنا، حاجات خادشة للآداب. لكن خراب مجتمع سياسيا أو لحاجات بتاعت أساسيات مجتمع، ما في مرأة قاعد تخرب المجتمع أصلا. ممكن تخرب بيتها حاجات تانية وده بيكون شيء فردي، لكن عشان تخرب مجتمع نو ديل نحن هو قاعدين نخرب المجتمع، مجتمع الرجال. فنحن عشان كده نكون حريصين لهم يا أخوي أتيكا إنه الحلقة حقك ده في محله، والتاريخ بتاعنا ما زال مفتوح. نحن كإكواتوريان يعني ما المرأة برا، هو مفتوح على موارد كده عديل كده مفتوح عشان يسجل المجهودات أو المساهمات اللي تقدمت للمجتمع سواء كان هي سياسيا أو ثقافيا. وأنا أضيف هنا المجد والخلود لكل النساء اللي سقطن من النيانيوان في إكواتوريا لحد الفترة بتاعت الحركة الشعبية ولحد هسي العبث الحاصل في إكواتوريا. هناك النسوان قاعدين نقط نقط أنا ما دار أذكره، والتعب الحاصل لهم هسي حاليا. شكرا. أنا حادي فرصة لناس تانيين ونواصل. شكرا أخوي أتيكا، أنت إنسان خلاق بتخلق عناوين جذابة وفي محلها وفي وقتها، وده ديدن الناس اللي بيحبوا أهلهم ووطنهم. شكرا جزيلا.
All right. Thank you, Brother James. I hope you guys are listening to me carefully. لأن الصوت مرات بيقطع مني هنا, so I hope انتوا قاعدين تسمعوني كويس. شكرا جزيلا أخي جيمس. بالحقيقة it's not me, but it's a great contribution and work with um, teamwork, and I appreciate also Didi for contributing also on this. One thing I want to say also above that, the one you talked about, something that kind of got my thoughts about women, and also a reminder that American Red Cross was also created by women, or the Red Cross itself. There's a woman named by Clarissa. I remember I was a kid when I read about her, and I was introduced to know about this lady. She was a very interesting person in history. Clarissa Burton. She's the first person. Imagine, it shows you woman compassion and love for life, and they are the mother of life. She was the first one who felt the pain of soldiers when they're in war and battlefield, they're getting killed, and she was, volunteering in the midst of the battlefield, the midst of this danger. And that was the time when they created, of course, Red Cross. But of course, Red Cross has many creators on it, but she was part of it. She was the first woman to ever make an impact. Of course, there's somebody like Henry Durant and Gulami and Gustav and Lewis and Theodore. Those are most of them are in Europe, Switzerland. But the most impactful thing was this lady Clara Burton, who made that impact, where Red Cross was officially established internationally to save mankind. Up to this moment, imagine Red Cross is out there, and because thanks to women and thanks to their vision and compassion for humanity. Yes, women is part of us, and we need to honor them always. When we say this, not because we want them to think. I want them to know, because some people will try to pretend that, oh, we honor women, but we say it with all our heart. We honor you because we know we're all born from women, and if not women, we will not be here. They take a lot of pain and sorrow. Even if you look back in biblical time, you see how mothers were great in history. Even the mother of Jacob, the mother of Jesus, the mother of other people, like I forgot, a lot of them in the Bible. Even the mother of Samson, all of them, they had a great impact. Even you remember the story of I forgot, Ruth and Naomi, how they were great. Ruth, like she left her country to be with Naomi, and then later she was the grandmother of David. And like most of these women have impact. So even God Himself honor women, because of the honor of the woman. Even we see, as a Christian, we know that Jesus is the one who was here to the world, because that was a promise that God said, I will bring from a woman a person that will crush the head of the snake, and He did. So yes, I don't want to go far. I want to give a chance to Mr. Robert. Thank you for your patience, but just want to put that highlight that Red Cross was actually also, women have a great impact on it, and people say she is the creator of the Red Cross. So thank you. Go ahead, Brother Robert. Thank you for joining us. And anyone can come up if they want to say something, but we will also put some questions, Q&A on that matter later, on the topic, what should the Equatorian woman should do. Thank you. Welcome, Brother Robert.
Thank you, Attica, and thank you also all of you, the people who are actually on the podium. Of course, the question is very clear, like what role should Equatorial women play? First, I would like to say, I would like to take this opportunity to say kudos to our Equatorial women for the great achievements. And of course, their achievements cannot be actually measured, and
Of course, human education, as most of you stated, human education actually starts with women, uh, which is why, there are words like, mother tongue, motherland, and so on. So women should be very proud of this kind of words. Then coming to our Equatorial women in unbroken families, most of our women are actually very responsible, and I call them, heads of the households. Of course, some people wanted to limit the head of household, like maybe to men, and I call them heads of household because of most of the responsibilities in our households are actually on the shoulders of women. Uh, of course, in broken families, for whatever reasons, our Equatorial women are carrying extra load, extra burden on them, whether it is children, work, a lot of things that they are taking care of, and they never surrender, they never surrender. Some of them even don't say that, I need to find another man, in order to help me in this and that. They still stand tall to take their responsibilities, which is why you see most of our women or some of our broken families, actually, kids are actually under the responsibility of a woman, Uh, what I would suggest for our Equatorial women in diaspora is to do more on political arena. How? Uh, they should have Equatorial political group or club and speak freely as women and victims of wars in South Sudan started by men. And I believe our Equatorial women will be the very people who can actually pull us men together. As Equatorial men, they will be the one to pull us together because they actually open-hearted. They have that love in their hearts and are very peaceful, and they will be the one to pull us together. And in most communities, in some communities where women are well organized, their organization is always, more successful than being with men together. And I'm not saying, they should actually stay away, separately, but they should also organize themselves. Uh, this generation of Equatoria women should focus also on rational political ideologies, and distance themselves, from other derogatory, language. Of course, not all of them. Uh, that might actually devalue them, as Equatorial women, and let them stand tall and never allow men to look at them as materials or inferior. So all human beings are actually, rational and and capable, and capable creatures. So no human being should say you women should have this percentage, whether it is in a government or in a community association. But we are all equal, So this is just my encouraging to you, our women, stand tall, never ever kneel down to somebody who wanted to humiliate you. And again, kudos for all what you have been doing. And as brother Hamis mentioned, uh, we should we should not just be talking like on social media, but sometimes we need to make it, put it in an action, you know, in which we invite women, we organize like a big party for them. We also present, some gifts to them, for doing very well in our community. We do understand, women are now suffering because of that death in South Sudan. Women are suffering. So after raising some children and they just die like that, so they are the most affected people. So I think let me end here and good night. I think I need to leave too. Maybe I will hear from other people. Then I will leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Robert. I appreciate what you've spoken. Truly, what you said is true. Now, I think coming to the questions, Didi, do you have anything you want to ask us, the men, on things that you might wonder what men supposed to or what men are doing right now? My question to you guys, and I would love to see the women to come up here. You're welcome, anyone. Earlier we had a guest. She's Canadian. She was here earlier. She contributed. Even she narrated something that was very emotional and touching. But unfortunately, because I think her time, she had to leave. But we appreciate her again. Of course, like in this recording later, she will follow up. We want to say thank you. Her name is I think Deborah, but she called her name. I forgot the name that she had. It was very interesting name, but she explained to us why. Yeah, Dopester. Thank you. Her name is Dopester. You're right, Dopester. She called her name Dope. That's her daughters put that name, Dopester. Yeah, so she spoke a lot, and we appreciate her. She said a lot of points that we really were honored to see her around us. And for any woman to want to come up here, feel free. Of course, we're talking about Equatorian woman, what she should do, but also we welcome anyone from our South Sudan. Regardless, we're still part of the South Sudan until we become independent. But even when we become independent, does not mean that we are going to be discriminative against others. Instead, we're still going to honor because we are all human. But what we're standing for is something more deeper than could be understood by the simplest words or by the simplest gesture. It's something that our people have gone through a lot. That we want to be a nation, and of course, you remember we were part of Khartoum before. We were part of Sudan. So if we exited Khartoum and yet the Northern respected us, they never saw us different. Yet they even welcome our people right now, refugees in North Sudan. So imagine when we become a nation, does not mean that we are going to, exit Africa or something. We're still part of Africa. We're still going to maintain relationship, but we need to have a respectful relationship. Even enemies of yesterday can be friends of tomorrow or friends of today. So I don't want to go far. Let me go to the question, Miss Didi. Um, so in regard to women, Equatorian women, from your perspective, do you see that Equatorian women need to do more than what are they doing right now, or do you think they're doing more than enough? That just the problem is that there is no support for men to get them to achieve what women want to see, like the difference, or to make the difference in this country. I don't know what's your opinion, your thoughts on that, and if anyone have anything to say, please come up and ask, or if you have any question, please write it down. If you don't feel like you want to talk, or if you want to come up here, talk and say your questions, we'll welcome you. We have nothing to worry. Just feel free, speak your mind, and we respect that on that matter. But Didi, yeah, go ahead. I hope my question's clear to you, and thank you.
It's like, what do I think the Equatorian woman need to do more? Oh, sorry. Oh, to um.
Let me let me rephrase it back again. What I'm trying to get here is that, do you think as Equatorian women are right now speaking out, and we appreciate and we are honored for now today, your generation, and which is our generation, the women today are vocal, very articulate and very strong in their stand when they talk about the issues that is facing them. Do you think you are making an impact, enough impact for the men of Equatoria to stand beside you, or you think you need to do more than that, or you think they are listening, but there is something that maybe not clear in your own perspective or their perspective, that there's no coordination, because there's something like I'm asking this for a fact that I've seen there is a little bit distant in a way. If I'm wrong, you can correct me too. But yeah, this is my question to you. So from your perspective, what do you see? What do you say? You're welcome. Thank you.
A very good question. I just wanted to thank all the speakers and even the recent speakers that have spoken and those who are yet to speak. I've learned great input that people have put in. But I just wanted to say regarding the Equatorian women, I think they're really doing so much. They have outdone themselves really, whether in domestic situation like home or whether in workplaces, whether politically, Equatorian women have been, very active. That's why I was saying that, earlier that I wanted to focus on the weakness and I wanted to focus on the things earlier that are not being spoken on. And also even in humanitarian, Equatorian women have been so active. If you see when people are being displaced over down there, it's the Equatorian woman to get up and started doing their fundraising and stuff like that and be mourning and calling people and stuff like that. So I think the Equatorian women have been doing really greatly, and I think the more that probably we have not seen, it's the one that are probably who are back there that they're really doing a lot really in this tough time. It's really hard to get a job at this time, you know and they're raising kids. Some of them are single mothers, and they're single mothers not by choice, you see, and they had to take the burden of even raising their kids, or even on top of it taking care of the entire family, or even though some of them are overseas, like they have to take care of their probably sometimes single mothers, or sometimes even if they're married, and then they're having hectic job and then taking care of the family, and then at the same time taking the burden of the family back home, taking care of the family back home there. So you see, the Equatorian woman is really going through a lot, and sometimes to the extent that they feel unappreciative, really, and sometimes that to the extent that sometimes the Equatorian women sometimes adore other men when they see, sometimes we grieve Equatorian women that we are not given men, because we're given stone hearts, and I say this really not in a way that I know sometimes when we speak on things in reality, then people hold a lot of grudges, in what we do and what we said, but sometimes they are, the unspoken things need to be speak out, need to be said out. The barriers need to be open, so that people can move forward, so that life would be better for everybody. We cannot live in a cocoon whereby everybody just build a box whereby he or she lives in a four-corner box, only the things that concern them, how they feel, me, and then this is how it has to be because I have been raised like this, because this is traditional like this. No, this is not actually accurate. These traditions, like I say, is just the meaning of tradition is actually just a lifespan of a human being, like how much the human being has like the history of a human being, that how they lived in the past and the things they do, and then it turns out certain things they've done is really wrong. The things are not really the things that they do. Some of the things are not really right, so people will look in it and say that, for example, the culture of misogyny, we have this culture of misogyny a lot among us Equatorians. So when a woman says something, it's not really accurate, or unless when this woman that speak that thing, that woman had to really degrade herself in a certain way. She have to be in a certain way, she had to speak in a certain way, or she doesn't have to be directly speaking the things that are happening. Otherwise, you're not good, or people will not like you. People will boycott you, just, or you have to, now, speak in a very sexual way, or compromising, here and there, or something like that, bribing people here and there, so that in a certain way of act, so that that way people can see you. But this is unprofessional, really. If you look at it, this is not really right. And then you got this internal misogyny that really women has been programmed to think that these things that have been done to us and these things that are happening is right, which is really totally not right, accurate. So you see women defending these things and saying that these are the cultures and stuff like that, which is really completely inaccurate, you see. So I would say that, coming back to the main point, that saying that Equatorial women need to do more, or have they done enough and they're not getting more support, is or what they need to do. They have done themselves, right from overseas to the grassroots of the homes. You see, when there is a displacement happening in Equatoria, is the women carrying the buckets, the bags, the clothing, the everything, the kids with them, the kids in their bag, pushing even bikes sometimes full of stuff, and the men sometimes just walking, or sometimes you don't even see where the men, they fled, they're ahead of the time, they left the women and the kids behind here. So you ask yourself, what is that love? You ask yourself, where is that part that um that man is supposed to be the savior, the image of the God image, the image of the Messiah, to be the rock for the woman, where is that man? Where is that Lord that I'm supposed to adore and to protect me? I'm not saying protect me and jump in the middle of the fire and die for me, but I'm asking the list that when these women are doing this thing, where are you? Where's your presence? You're supposed to be the image of the Creator, but now you're playing the role of the devil, the opposer, Satan. Satan, his meaning of his name is the opposer. You're too busy opposing God with your arrogance and your pridefulness, uplifting yourself just like Satan, saying that I will lift my throne above God. So you're lifting yourself above God, your throne above God. That otherwise, I will do my own way. I'm going to mistreat these people just like Satan is going around mistreating people, creating chaos around the world. And this is what a man is doing in this world today, And what a cowardly, and what a better way to do it on a weaker sex, whereby you were the stronger sex, and now you're dominating this weaker sex, and then plus even the kids, you see, and then when they speak, they're not good, you see. So I would not say that it's what an Equatorian woman need to do more. They already have proven themselves, and love goes both way, just as respect goes both way. You cannot demand love, you cannot demand respect, but it's something that is doable from both parties. That's why it says that the two become one practically. He cannot demand from me more and then you give me less. You see, this is not love. This is not one. This is whereby I become your servant. I become your accessory. You know, I become something that you want to use me. You know, for your own destruction, for your own pleasure. I suffer at the cost of you enjoying. You see. So this is one thing that I need us to really wake up as Equatorian sons and daughters, as Equatorians, men and women, that we need to know that the Equatorian woman has done a lot, they have done so much that it's time for the men to raise up and show us their manhood. That's why earlier I was begging in my speech earlier, I was saying that I'm not really commanding the arrogant. I'm not really asking, but I'm begging at this moment, because there is no an Equatorian without the Equatorian woman. There is no Equatorian without the Equatorian man. We both need to humble ourselves. And I really think that it's time for the men to wake up and started to do more. It's the men to wake up and do more. It is when you go back even to the Garden of Eden, when things went wrong, Adam was not there found to do his job. When it's written that God would come down on earth and move in the coolest of the evening, and walk around with Adam. What was he doing? He was teaching Adam. He was laying down the foundation of things. He was telling Adam how to guide things, how to govern and stuff like that. But what did Adam did? He pulled back and he let Eve ahead of time. And the devil was doing whatever he was doing when Adam was there. But then he let Adam and Eve take the charge and deal with the devil, according to the narration of the book. So long story short, we are where we are. So I need the Equatorian man, that I'm really begging the Equatorian men to turn around and take charge of their home, take charge of leadership in the lives of their own women. This is your own, like I described earlier, that kind of like when you have your own property, This is your own family, your own, not somebody else. When you treat them good, the glory goes back to you. You see? You reap the glory for yourself because everything that you do for your own glory, for your own pleasure. Just like what God does to us on earth. Everything that He does so that glory will go back to His name. So as a man, as the image of God and as the image of the Messiah on earth, the working evidence of God on earth. As I described that, I think men are the most greatest thing that God have created. I actually adore men that, you're created really perfectly. I look at you and I could not even understand how this magnificent, creation of God that looks so different to me, like we are like, we all got two head, two eyes, two legs and stuff, but you're totally different too, from me. And I do appreciate that and I respect that. And I know my place. I know in the order of creation, I know my place, but I will only submit to you when you begin to take your place, when you begin to guide and lead in righteousness and in fairness, in love, and when you begin not to put yourself first, just as it's written that men sacrifice yourself for your women, just as the Messiah has sacrificed himself for his body, which are the believers. It is your job, not you pushing the women in front. Go to work, bear kids. I need 10 kids. I need you to do this. I need you to cook for me. I need you now. It's time for you to do the fundraising. It's time for you to do that. If you look at the war that has been waged, it's not even, there is no woman wage a war. But then when it times to clean up the mess, women are pushed in the front line. When it comes in a time who to die is the women and the children. But why all this selfishness? That's why I caution that, why would you be created as a walking God on earth, a Lord on earth? But then you decided to represent the dark side. You decided to show the ugliness of the dark side of the kingdom of Satan. That's what you decided basically to display on earth for your women and for your kids. This is basically what most men are doing nowadays. Just because in the name I am created as a man. Because understanding your place is very important. Understanding why you're created is very important. Understanding why you're created as like a horsepower, as called as the strongest sex, not for you to dominate and to break down something that is like just like a glass. When you can take down a mountain, you're built to break a mountain, but then you go and tear down a leaf. Imagine a leaf that falls alone from the tree, but then you go and tear that leaf down. This is just what I wanted to say, that to the answer that you say that if there's anything that we Equatorian women need to do more, maybe not to give up, even if the times are difficult and the things that we're going through. It's just that we don't give up. We have a purpose, a special purpose and a special place, a reason that we've been created to carry heirs and to be builders, to encourage our men and to be by their side, not to give up. That's what I could say, that we should not give up, especially in this challenging time that I've said earlier, that I know that, men, you're going through a lot. And saying this, not that I do not acknowledge that they are great men, they are good men. A lot of them, even we know them. To mention, to call their names will be endless. We know them. We know you guys are existing, and we appreciate you. We see all your work. We see you, even most of you even turn in this clubhouse and on Facebook or somewhere all day and night talking and doing and stuff. And most of you here talking about these women things, which I really, really with great honor and respect. I respect you guys all here. that I could not even appreciate you enough. But I just wanted to say that our role, and as women, that we I pray that we do not cease supporting you guys. We do not cease trusting in you guys. That we can renew our minds, we can renew our heart, with a lot of things that had happened to us, a lot of sufferings that had happened to us, seeing us being belittled, seeing you guys being belittled before our eyes. That should not make an Equatorian woman to do a mistake, that this is a chance that we should undermine our men. That should not give us any chance. That we should possess a power that we look at our men are nothing, just because we got invaders, or we got people that are pressing us right now in our land. Just because they have money, just because they have power. If we have any issues, we must address the issues that we have. And I urge that an Equatorian woman should be given a platform to speak freely and to express herself, and to speak all the grievance that an Equatorian woman is going through, without sexism, without misogyny spirit, and without being labeled as she's a bad person. Because it's only then us Equatorians can correct the things that are happening within us. If you go back in the history, you see women have been esteemed so highly in the history before. In other, especially I've seen an old man that spoke, long time in a video that I've seen. He said that the woman used to be called back in the days in Africa a god, and the men would not do anything in their life without taking the advice from the women. They will not do anything without the wisdom of the women. They will sort the women first before they even go to war, or without even they go out there to hunt or to do anything. They call the women the god. They call them the womb, because they bring life forth. And that's how they used to live, and they lived so blessedly. Because even it's written that a man that does not respect his women, he will never live his life as blessed. God said he will turn his back to him completely. And you wonder why you're going through these motions and through these things, and you feel like you're not getting through to your wife, and you're not getting through to your kids, and up and down a lot of stuff and stuff like that. You wonder why. So I just wanted to say, in short, that our role as Equatorian women, we are ready. And I ask sisters that that I know that you've gone through tough time. I know that we need to calm down, and we need to fight for our home, and we need to also remember that we need to fight for our families, and we need to begin to renew our mind and open our heart, and begin to trust again, and not give up in this terrible time. We need each other. We need one another. So, and the same thing that I would say to the Equatorian man, that you are the alpha. Just take your place and begin to trust again. Begin to open up. It's okay to open up. It's okay to talk. It's okay to cry even. It's okay. So I just wanted to leave here, and then hoping that I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Didi. I think you did answer me. I'll give a chance to Miss Nancy. I don't know. My question to you here, as an Equatorian woman, what do you look forward for men to do? If I'm not mistaken, what do you look forward for men, Equatorian men, to do to assure you that Equatoria never lost? They didn't give birth to weaklings, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry if I said that word, but Equatorian women are proud to have their sons standing their ground to protect them. Because right now we see the most vulnerable in this conflict in South Sudan, this tribal conflict in South Sudan, is Equatorian women. As we know, the rape, the mass raping that is happening on them is waged against the Equatorian women. So the most vulnerable woman in South Sudan today is the Equatorian woman, because this rape that is happening is particularly targeting us, our women, to dehumanize, to emasculate Equatorian men, and to also uh, dehumanize the Equatorian woman. So I don't know what's your message or your words to Equatorian men in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Desi, and everyone in the room. Thanks for this question. It's really good one. Yeah, what do I want the Equatorial men to do? Yeah, me basically somebody who loves, who recognizes value. I want first of all the Equatorian man to recognize the value of a woman, the value of Equatorian woman, because anything you don't see value in it, you don't value it, you don't recognize it, you don't even love it. So I want them to see value in us, you know. And secondly, I want them to listen to us, to just give us opportunity just to hear what we are saying. We want them just to listen to us, because your listening ear is just, it's like a support that will make us do more than what we have already done, you know. If you value us, you listen to us, we will do more greater things, because I can see this war has brought a lot of things that has shown us most of our men, Equatorian men, basically, you didn't value us. Because I remember very well in 2016, when the war broke out, that is something I've really witnessed I've seen it with my own eyes. Had never seen rape victims. I saw it that day. So when the war broke out in 2016, I was there, and some people were raped. They came, they came to us for help. I was then living in Tomping, and then I saw them. It was really bad. At that time, I was staying with my boyfriend in Tomping. It was really bad. I never saw rape victims before. These are women, children of high-profile people in the country, and they were raped. And they came there, we supported them, we gave them what we have, and then good enough, the following day, then the convoy of Uganda started. They were able to get onto that convoy. But then the war continues, and then my boyfriend told me that now they started raping women, and then they said if a woman gave herself, they will save the man. So if these soldiers got into our house, in case they want to kill him, I should allow myself to be raped so that he can survive. See this kind of thing. Here, really, do you think you value this woman as an Equatorian man? I know this one had happened. Women there sacrificed themselves so that their husband won't get killed. They gave themselves, they were raped in front of their husband or their children. And then in the end, this man even dumped her after saving his life, you know? So when this man told me this, I say, hey, no way. When these people got here, you will be killed for sure. I'm not going to give myself, you know? So I really did not, lucky enough, they did not come to us. The following day, we also caught that convoy. We went to Uganda as well. So really, if you value your wife, will you let your wife be raped in front of you to save your life? Meaning you value your life, you did not even value the life of this woman, you know? Maybe these people who are raping your wife, they are sick already. If assuming that they have sickness they put in your wife, is that what you really want for your wife, the mother of your children? You did not value us for me in that sense. If you value us, you will not let your wife be raped in front of you, in front of your children. So in this way, we really suffered. We are raped. We are abandoned by the same man that claimed that he loves you, you know? So we suffer really a lot. But see the stress women of South Sudan went through. Nobody gave us counseling. We suffered just on our own. Till today, there was nothing like counseling or therapy provided for all these women, even rape victims. Nobody has taken care of them. So we're really suffering. You didn't know. We can't say anything. We want just you to listen and love us. We want you, just like before I told you, if you make us part of your social world, make your wife your best friend. When you're dating that woman, you love that woman. You want that love to continue in the same manner. When you bring her home, I don't know what happened. You feel like I don't know what you feel. You feel like you have captured her. She's in the house. Now you're going to look for another one to capture. Is that how you feel? You feel that she's yours. The moment you marry us, you don't love us anymore. We are sad. We live in the house, but we live a sad life all the time. So we want you to listen to us. Come home, share your struggle with us. I share mine. You encourage me, you support me, you make me in that way do more. You know, Send your women to school to study as you also encourage them in any way you see she has potential in school. Let her go there. you know Push her through something that you think she can do, a area that she has potential in. Support her, educate her, let her go to that field. If your wife best friend, she will never leave you. If you love your wife, there will be no divorce. you know when divorce happens, there is always a problem. And there is another thing, because women, they don't listen to their wives. Their wife just do other things, which I don't know, really sad. We did one time, I guess in 2013, no, 2014, I guess we did something in South Sudan. We did population mapping of sex workers in South Sudan. You can't believe it. A lot of them. It's really sad to see wives of high profile people in South Sudan behaving like that, having multiple partners. Our country is so immoral to the extent like you can't imagine. That one all comes to men have failed man have failed to lead their homes. You go somewhere, like I was giving you an example, a man living $10 at home, and he has more than 10 children in this house to feed, and he goes and spend more outside. He comes home, he finds the woman, for example, has cooked chicken, and chicken is not $10. Chicken is more than $10. And he doesn't question this woman, he will just eat this food. Tomorrow he will leave the same amount. That amount can only buy beans, but he comes home, he finds this woman had cooked fish, and he just enjoy it. He knows fish is not $10. You don't even ask this woman. This woman, for her to cook such kind of food, she has partners out there, sometimes two or three. She goes before she gets to the market. She already had gone all these other roads to get these funds, and she buy the best food, cook, your children eat, and you come and you eat the best part. You don't even question her. She buy this fancy dress. You don't even ask her, where is she bringing this who is buying for her this? Man, you need to guard your house. You need to take responsibility of your home. You need to open your eyes. One time I went for a field trip in Awil. How I know this thing is happening in our community. I went to Awil, and I was looking for a hotel, a place to stay. And then we got to this hotel that are erected there by Ethiopians or Somalis, I don't know. When I went with a certain doctor, so we were asking, he was helping me. So we were asking for a room, whether I can get a availability here to stay. And the guy was like, he doesn't even want to pay attention to me, the receptionist. He asked me whether we want short term or long term. I said, what are you talking about? He said, don't pretend. They just come here for short term, they get money, they go to the market, and then they buy food. Are you not coming to do that? I was really pissed off, because that is how you men, you let our women behave, and you don't question it. So all your wives, all our mothers have become like just prostitutes, basically. The result of that population mapping of sex workers in South Sudan is shaming. Nearly every household has that. Every household nearly has such kind of behavior. It was really a shame, you know. So you man, guard your home. Listen to your partner, you know. When your partner is talking to you, listen to her. If you don't listen, she will start talking to someone else. Just as we girls, when we are growing, if you don't, like, if our parents or my brother, if you have elder brother or your parents cannot buy you like basic hygiene sanitary things that a girl need, her boyfriend will buy for her, and this man will not buy for free, will use her, you know. But if you provide this basic thing even to your sister or to your daughter, you know, no man will take advantage on her at that age. All her attention will be at school. Believe me, that's how I felt when I was growing. My brothers, they provide all those things. I don't ask for anything, but they provide it for me. They put it down my drawer. I always think, will I really go wrong, do something wrong for such kind of, for my brothers? They are men, but they do that. You know, you have brothers, you brothers, you have sisters. Know that when your sister get at this age, she's not working, maybe your parents cannot afford, help your sister, provide it so that another man don't take advantage. By doing that, you started learning responsibility so that when you marry, you will take care of your wife in the same way so that another man don't come through the window to to help you in your function in the house, you know. So our men, open your eyes. You just don't come home and eat this unknown food. You're enjoying it and you just go the following day. Question some other stuff. So that's all what I have to say. Just guard your house. Don't also sell myself for you like just to save your life. Don't use your woman like that. If you value a woman, you not exchange your woman for such cheap things. So we want you to value us, to listen to us, and to love us. That's all my message to you, all my brothers and my fathers in the house. Thank you.
Um, thank you, Sister Nancy. All right. Did he go ahead take over? Yeah.
A little bit in what she said. It's really very powerful. Just in short words, I would say this is kind of sounds like sexual slavery, but in marriage. This is what it sounds to me. Like you're married to one person, but then you have to perform sex with other people in order to dress yourself, to get yourself some sanitary stuff, and at the same time to feed him. And that's because we are not taught better. And I know some generation down the track, like I said earlier, we're not really taught better the value of our, the value of your family. That this is your family, this is your responsibility. This is what you live by it, die by it. So this is really sad hearing this. And some people will always quote that so proudly. Some men will quote that our mothers used to do this. They will cook even when there is no money, but they don't understand that this is what Nancy is saying. They're quoting their mom, but this is what Nancy is saying. They do not know, but because they are not taught better, because their fathers were performing the same thing basically, but then they innocently go, or maybe they know it, but then maybe they wanted the women to do the same thing. Could we then ask Equatorian women or other women to do more? I don't really know. I don't know. It's really sad. I think I think I'm not sure on the.
I want to say something. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah. On that matter, is that it does just prove to us we lost our moral compass in a way that people need to be very careful. And I know this is a fact of war, but sometimes war must not put, even though war can be a harsh thing, because that's the outcome of war. And that's why sometimes when I hear people talk about we need to fight, and that they don't even assess the consequence of war. Our ancestors have been in war for so many years, and every time we hear such tragedies, most of the tragedies of it, or the consequence or the result of those tragedies, those conflicts, is the women and children. They're the one who are going to pay the price dearly. And like you see, children will live with an effect of war, traumatically hurt, and then women will also live with the result of mistakes of men, where they will make war, but they do not know how to contain peace or make peace or maintain peace, because we understand war sometimes is necessary, but not important to the point that you have to ignore the thing that is very valuable and important to you. And you see, war always, there's a consequence. Even if you look at our time and our days in 2022, the incident in Ukraine. I know Ukraine is far away from us, but just look at the horror and the ugliness of it. And, another nation invade Ukraine, and look at the people of Ukraine are now in it. And this is not the first time. War in Iraq, Afghanistan, even in our country. South Sudan is a war of ignorance, a war of tribalism, backwardness, primitivity, and warlords who have no manner to respect. When they came in peace. They came peacefully to hold power by force. I mean, of course, they made a coup on the people by hijacking power, and then guess what they did? They began to build corruption, and then they begin to misuse power, and then you see the result of it also abusing women, exploiting the women of South Sudan in general, and you see the pain. And I appreciate Sister Nancy from bringing this true and sad story of what's going on, because she's seen it with her eyes, and she have even encountered people who have been going through this. Women have been devalued in South Sudan to the extent that they will have to give their bodies so they can feed their children. That's shameful for us as men. And I say this in general because, yes, I'm an Equatorian. I stand for Equatorial issues. But when you hear that, it's not right. It doesn't matter. Even my enemies, I will not wish them to see their women be denigrated to that extent, because that's not right. That's not honorable. That's not human. It's just disturbing, and it's really heartbreaking. So, men, we need to really do our best to end such crimes against our women, our children. So I want to welcome Sister Davidica, who's here. Please put your thoughts. I'll give you 5 minutes, and then really, it's just I don't know what to say. It's just shocking and horrific.
Okay.
Davidka.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this chance to speak today. I always listen to you guys, but I just want to share with you in this wonderful topic. And I have heard a lot of things have been said, and based on my realization as an Equatorian woman, I wish men of Equatoria should be an example, should lead with example, whether in a family level or in a regional level. Based on the family level, a man is the head of the family, and he should stand up for everything in the family, and woman is the helper, as I've said in the Bible. Woman of Equatoria, as a woman of Equatoria, I would like the best for my family. So this is why women out here or back home, we are working hard to keep our families, to keep our men. We respect men of Equatoria, but we are asking them to be strong and have to be wise in the way they lead their families,
because we keep them in the family to be an example to lead the kids, especially boys or even girls. Their presence is very important in their family. So a man of Equatoria should be a strong man who can work and bring the bread home to the family. Make sure his family has everything that the kids need, whether for school or for everything. Therefore, like back home, now as Sister Nancy have narrated, that women are working hard, even selling themselves to bring food home. The case back home is different because it is set up already by certain people. That is a torture or slavery to our people of Equatoria. So my message to the men of Equatoria in the family level, they have to work hard and they have to have good plan, especially like out here. We know that men who is working hard can save a lot of things to his family, especially like life insurance. You have to make sure you have life insurance for your family in case something happens to you. At least there will not be disaster in the family. The family that you leave behind will have something to use after that. And the life insurance, including the burial, because you know that when you die, a man die in the family, is a big disaster, and to bury him is not easy. So the men of Equatoria in the abroad here, they have to make sure they have life insurance for the families. And as women too, we women, we are also have to do the same thing, because if one of us go, there will not be disaster in the family, so that we can leave behind a strong family. And if we got like mortgages, we have to work hard at least to cover, even when one of them left early, the other one can finish to pay off the mortgage, or at least to keep the families together. Concerning the regional level, I blame men of Equatoria, because since our ancestors, men of Equatoria failed to sit down and talk about the future of the people of Equatoria, the education of people of Equatoria, the health system, and all the structures that are needed in Equatoria for Equatorian people. They forgot to talk about security wise of Equatoria. We know we have many enemies. We have a lot of wars being occurred in Equatoria, especially during the Kokora time, and people went for a struggle, and at the end, the peace was signed. People went for referendum, and we have the country. After that, we were denied. That we didn't participate. So in this case, everything is gone wrong. We are not participating in the government, and everything, like women are suffering the way we are suffering. Kids of Equatoria doesn't have future. They don't have education. They are suffering. There is no treatment. There is nothing. Their future is stuck. Children of Equatoria are stuck. There is no future there. Because this is from the men of Equatoria, who is not wise enough to sit down and discuss things that how the region should be led. They forgot to ask themselves that we are coming back to peace. And now we have the country, and this the capital city is going to be in Equatoria. What will happen if this capital city has brought to Equatoria? What will happen? How will we survive? This is how this is fail. They fail. They fail to ask them this question, and this is why people of Equatoria are suffering, and we are stuck. And as long capital is in Equatoria right now, the 10 years of agreement with John Garang is finished. Nobody can ask them. The contract of the capital city is finished now. What next? They don't talk about the removal of capital city from Equatoria. Now the cows are brought to Equatoria. People are dying. This is simply because the men of Equatoria and we women, we wish this generation should be different. We women of Equatoria and men of Equatoria of today, we need to be very wise. We have to even we are talking about separation, but this separation we have also to discuss. If we have this country, if God help us to have this country as Equatoria, how are we going to take it away ahead as a country? Are we writing down? Are we putting the map down, the map plan down, so that we can follow, or we are just talking about just separation and that is it? So we women of Equatoria, we want men of Equatoria to take care of Equatoria region and Equatoria people, to take care of the land of Equatoria, take care of the children and women of Equatoria, to know the future. What is the future of Equatoria? Together, men and women of Equatoria, we need to stand together and do something good for the future of the generation who are coming after us and after them. Thank you so much. This is a little thing that I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Davidica. I appreciate what you said, and good thing you asked this question that people who are calling for separation, is it just a talk? No, actually, there is a plan, there is a map. I would love if Equatorians, some of our Equatorian brothers who are uh, acting as nuisance, and I'll be honest, I have to say that some of them they're acting as nuisance, so um, almost like those hecklers. They don't want to listen. They just want to come up with their own opinion, thinking they know best because they're trying to ask how and where and when. We know Equatoria, when we said Equatoria have to separate, we already know exactly what we're doing. And we would love to sit down and debate maturely with people who are willing to listen and to ask the right question, not ask questions out of just because they want to act as of almost like, how like there's some people who don't understand things. They want to just come up and ask the most silliest question that has nothing to do with what we're going through, as if they don't know the suffering of Equatoria. All of us understand that our people are suffering. So when they ask, they need to ask like a mature man. And I would say, I'm so ashamed of some men who act immature when they come and ask questions like how could Equatoria separate? And we need boots in the ground. Like, come on, that's not the real main thing. Focus on the way how we're going to be and looking forward. And then there is another process. So they cannot jump just and trying to ask the most serious question. Let the enemy ask that, because the enemy actually are threatened by what we're saying, and they're threatened if Equatorial become independent because they know what they will lose, and we know what we gain as Equatorian who are calling for independence. So I love what you asked, Sister Devedica, and definitely we have a topic that we're going to talk, and we're going to be you know we get to get exclusive in those points, and there is some things we're going to put and articulate on it, so people can our Equatorian brothers can just understand that we're not just talking for the sake of talk. Equatorial separation is a plan. It's a plan and objective that we want to see Equatoria become a nation, and once become a nation, what next? We learn from the mistake of South Sudan. South Sudan was promised to be independent, and the SPLM confused the people by saying if we become independent, we'll be a rich country. We're no longer going to be second class citizen, and that's why people fell for it emotionally. But we're not here playing in emotional language. We're here telling the facts that what are we gaining from the unity of South Sudan? What are we losing in this unity of South Sudan? And what we can do better apart. Because if there is any choices for us to be part of South Sudan, it would have happened long time ago when Equatorian are calling for federalism. But because these people have never accepted or recognized Equatorian, instead they want Equatorian to be under their feet. And that's why you see today the pain and the sorrow comes to our women. More the men are either they want to be collaborators, or some of them are acting confused, or some of them are that. But we have men who are courageous enough to stand their ground and see the danger that Equatorial are facing, and they speak out. And I'm not saying that even those who believe that there is a hope for South Sudan, they still want to be part of it. I don't say that all of them are immature or they don't know what they're talking about, but I'm talking about the few who act so immature. One day they will talk this language, and then they will flip. I respect a man who stand on the ground either he's wrong or right. At least let him respect, let him stand his ground like a man instead of acting like an immature child coming to a grown-up place and try to just every time they get persuaded so easily by somebody try to influence them. We want our Equatorian to actually understand what we're standing for and why we're speaking for Equatoria. And I remember yesterday we had a topic with one of our brother from Israel who actually narrated a lot of deep historical things on how Israel have became a nation. He went to different chapters on what happened, part one, part two, part three, and he's going to come Thursday to also narrate. And if you look at the struggle of Israel, it's similar to the struggle of Equatorians. The only difference is that Equatoria have been duped to be part of South Sudan, while Israel, they were running away from abuse in Europe, and they went and formed their own nation in the land of Israel, where they even had some Israelis who already been there for centuries, who were minorities at that time, and they worked together like our brothers right now back home. And we are in diaspora, we could have worked together in making the promised land of Equatoria become reality, and we don't have to be, abused. But unfortunately, the Equatorians, some of our so-called intellectuals, and some of us who are always follow status, have lost the vision to see Equatoria, where can it go forward. And that's why you see today, when I hear our sisters speaking, I see where our fault is as men, because we begin to lose confidence, we begin to act immature, we begin to let our women to be vulnerable. So the one who are blamed is not our women, it's us, the Equatorian men, who have fallen so behind that we cannot see that we can make a difference. Instead, we want to wait for a Messiah who is going to be somebody who's part of either the organization who are killing us, or part of those who are not helping, only trying to continue process of our suffering to continue under this so-called unholy unity that is going on. So I don't want to go far, but I appreciate you, Sister Davidica, and definitely we're going to discuss this topic, discuss it on the next time about equatorial separation, because I know it's very important. And that's why I would love for those ears that want to understand how we're going to make it happen, is to come humbly and to come wisely and listen and ask the proper question, not the silly question that has no meaning, no point, only just argumentative to act as if they have have an objective to say, or a point to put. When most of the time we see them, they're just talking like out of their own mind. I don't know, but I don't want to go far. But we have seen them. You have seen so many rooms. Some people talk the most ridiculous things. Some even they wanted to incite tribalism within Equatorians, which is so ugly and disgusting, and I will not tolerate that. I'm an Equatorian nationalist. I believe that Equatorian, we are all one people, and there is nothing called North, nothing called East, West, or South. I mean, East, West, or Central. We are one people. This division is came because SPLM. So I reject SPLM, and I say SPLM is the worst enemy to all of us. And so let us not associate ourselves with SPLM, with anything that tried to dehumanize and try to take away our right. So kudos to our Equatorian women. Kudos to all women who are fighting for freedom and liberty, because your voices resonate stronger. You are the light. You are the shining light to us. And trust me, there is men are listening. The few men that you see them who are standing their ground, they're the one who are going to bring that, uh, freedom and that liberty in reality. Let the others doubt, let them laugh, let them mock. The time will come and they will see. And history will record who's the bad and who's the good. Thank you, Sister Davidica. So I'll give people final thoughts in 5 minutes so we can close. Everybody 5 minutes. Starting. Did you have something to say before?
No, I was just thank you actually for
Reconnecting what you're saying, I was gonna say that I'm just hoping that this doesn't change our topic today. Let it be the women, So yeah, but thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yes, yes. Um, you're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. This the recording. This loudspeaker. So I'll start with brother Robert, and then McCartney, and Mr. James, Hamis, Davidica, Nancy, Mr. CJ, Didi. So we can start with you guys. Go ahead, put your final thoughts in 5 minutes. And I appreciate you guys for coming in. And like I said, we're celebrating women, and in particular Equatorian women. And I really appreciate the voices of our Equatorian women who's speaking out tonight, telling our Equatorian men to rise up, to stand up. And you have heard what are they saying. So let the ears and the conscience, wake up so people can be safe, because we have generation to raise in the future. Thank you.
Well, I was just about to say what did he actually stated. That the topic today is about women. So I do understand there are so many things that Equatorial men have actually committed, or they have actually degraded themselves. And when that topic comes up, I hope women will also come and outline actually what they're expecting from Equatorial man. But when I stated that, when I suggested that Equatorial women should do more, I was so specific on what I was suggesting to them to do more. And for one specific reason, and that specific reason is also applicable to Equatorial man. And I talk about the political part. Now, if you look into what Nancy talked about, what she actually saw during the war there in South Sudan. And by the way, I was also there in 2013, the first war, So those are the things that can actually, uh, make Equatorial Women Group, a political group, so strong to educate other women, even those on the ground, you know, uh, like outlining things actually affecting Equatorial women, and saying it loud that we are not going to tolerate this. Whether it's going to be from other people or from Equatorial men, we are not going to tolerate it. And that should be like a movement, very strong, that we women are victims of this and that and that and that. That's what I was actually referring to. Now, if you look to Equatorial women, especially in diaspora, just wanted to focus in diaspora. Let us say Australia and U.S., Canada. There are so many Equatorial women who are who are highly educated. We have anthropologists, we have medical doctors, we have nurses, and But if you look into how they're actually pulling themselves out, okay, they don't want to come very open and talk about these issues affecting women in Equatoria, affecting women even in diaspora. They don't want to talk about it. Now, if you compare them with other communities, you will see people like 20 years old, coming to their young people and talking to them about it. So that actually raised my eyebrows that, so what is wrong with our people? Okay. And let me again focus. What is wrong with our women? Okay. Now, how many people who are working actually in South Sudan as public officials? Okay. And when they came here out, when they actually fled from South Sudan, they came here and they just zip their mouth. They don't want to talk, you know. When people like those of DD are here crying day and night, trying to talk, and all this, I have never seen those kind of people coming and say, DD, what you are talking about is good. We stand behind you. And also from my personal experience, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So let us do it. One strong voice, Unfortunately, they are pulling themselves out. Then they go to other shows trying to appear like, oh, we are here, we are leaders, and all this and that. And some are completely quiet. Now, when that topic also come also for men, okay, the same thing is applicable to men. How many equatorial professors in different universities, what are they doing? Have you seen them coming like they wanted to come and tell us exactly what are their thoughts? They don't want to talk, To be honest, I tried to actually talk to some of them. Some of them actually came. They don't want to take any side, but it was also good to hear from them. A historical background. But still, they wanted to stay aloof. However, their contribution, their knowledge to our young people, is very important. That's why I was referring to women, and I hope tomorrow also will bring a topic for men, so that also women will also come and crucify us, and give some suggestions of what we expected from us. That's what I was referring to. But this is really a very nice topic. Regardless of the separatists and all that should not be part of this discussion, because we are focusing on women agenda. Next time, then when there's anything about separatists or unionists, okay, that will be tackled in a different way. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, brother. Uh, thank you. Uh-oh.
Crucify us. That's really good one. Well, sorry that we crucified you guys, but as part of the home builders and the nation builders, we thought that we take that responsibility and wage a war on our men, to not to attack them in a bad way, but to bring them rather closer, that we see what is our issues, what is our weakness, and also men can also talk about the issues that we women do. This is how we correct each other, and this is how we come together and move forward as a better generation. Thank you. Sorry, thank you. You wanted to have a say, Robert? Well,
No, I was just saying, it crystal clear. So that's what that's a good thing that we wanted to go like that, So thank.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Ms. Didi. I appreciate Brother Robert for your great input. Um, well, let me give a chance to Mr. McCartney, Libertarian brother. Welcome. Please go ahead and put your input and your thoughts, your final thoughts in 5 minutes, and I appreciate you. I see Brother Gutlook was trying to say something. I give you a chance to come up if you want to say something in 5 minutes, but Mr. McCartney, you can go ahead, proceed. If Gutlook, just press again if you want to come up and we can give you a chance to speak. You're highly welcome. Of course, we're talking about the role of women, in particular Equatorian women. But of course, we honor all women around the world, regardless. Women have gone through a rough time, especially in South Sudan, with the crisis and the crime against women. And also, women in Greater Equatoria have suffered greatly. And we want to honor them, and we also want to tell them we support them and we will fight for them. And because they are our honor, they are our crown, our dignity, and we will not allow them to be disrespected and dishonored. So, Mr. McCartney, please take your 5 minutes, and thank you so much for joining us.
Again, and a lot is being explained in details and with evidence. And the last word that I noticed in details that the roles of women and the dignity of women in decision makings it's been so far stronger in comparatives with the men's. If you see women stand in the political view or economical views to make decisions in the records, you cannot find a woman defect of being like a political prostitution move from party to party. It never happens at all in the histories like a man's. They're found in decisions and in their contributions and looking from different angles how to improve the situation, particularly in Equatorial regions. Take from West, Central, and Eastern Equatorias. You can observe the evidence on the ground by yourself. And when you come to men leave double faces. Today here, they will come with a political decision saying that I'm separatist. When confront somewhere, say, no, I'm for Soma. And then when confront somewhere, say, I'm a religious person. Who are you? If you're men, you claim to be educated, and you make that poor decisions, not standing strong in front of the people by examples, to advocate for your own peoples, and for your own political affairs that is swallowing the Equatorial regions. You don't even have that moral capacity to make those decisions. And I praise women to stand firm and advocate harder, and they will be harder. I never find any woman, even in clubhouse or on the ground, saying that, oh, today I'm with the SPLA, tomorrow I'm with the IO, tomorrow I'm with the Tabandeng, and to this, and you never find those Equatorial women. Even Agnes Lukudu, when she came from Juba, from Khartoum to Juba, and she straight away she said, no, I'm from that party of the Omar al-Bashir. She never changed. Even he said, Nunu Kumba, he said, I'm this. They never change. You see? But our men lost all those places. I don't know when will they start making a strong political decision to stand firm when coming to issue that engulf Equatorial regions. They never. They always double faces or three. But they're good. They are good at fighting their own brother Equatorian themselves. They're good at that. When they are fighting the fellow Equatorian in the social media, you will find that there's no tomorrow at all. They want to eat you like there's no tomorrow. But when coming to other people's, they don't know. Some of them claim to be a pastor or Christian. Some of them claim to be not politician, and some of them just incapable to challenge the situation. But for women, they're always up. They don't care because that's what they love, and they want to see different. They want to put an end to the suffering of people of Equatoria. If you see the pains that in the eyes of your mother, the pains in the eyes of your fathers, of all the children in Equatorians, they're living in miserable lives, and the livings they were reduced to the level that they took refuge in the church. And then when they're saying that, oh, Equatorial love church, no, they don't love church. That's why how they were oppressed to take refuge in the church, because they have no men's. And women's cry, where are our men's? Some of them run away and deny that. We need to praise women for the firm decision they stand, and they're still going on. Their number is growing, and I observe that it's a huge credit. It's a huge credit to them. I can't deny even seeing when we are all those in Africa, when we are growing, we see how those Equatorial women fought very hard. They fought very hard. Even if you see the video, that clip in the YouTube for that young woman, push a soldier with a gun down, according to the hand narration, that I push him with all the gun, and he fall down, then I run. Look at that heart. Is there any man can do that? None. They specialize in talking history, and they can bring the history of 1800s and what. No, we are talking now. The land is taken. Now. What have you done now? Tell us, what have you done now? That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Leave about 1800, that's gone. Now, we need now. You see? That's why the Equatorial women focusing now. I never saw any even Equatorial women talk about 1800. No, they need now. What we need, our right. When do we need it now? That's the stand of the Equatorial women. They need it now. You see? So I appreciate those topics are coming. So we Libertarians People's Party movement and will continue work with the Equatorian women's and to ensure that they also assume a higher political status that they can make a difference in a society, leadership, in entrepreneur, and name them, and will empower them. Time to come, and also our door is open. Anyone who want to join Libertarians, they are welcomed, and we will empower you, and then you will be strong. You will grow strong and stronger, and you will benefit from our political experience that we live very strong. Yes, others are happy, and we need everyone to be happy too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother McCartney, for your great work. I appreciate you. Definitely, we're going to have even time one day. We're going to host you to tell us about libertarian movement. It'll be great honor. I wanted to say thank you again for everything you've said. Let that be a message and awakening to our Equatorian men to honor the Equatorian women. I'll give Mr. Khamis, please put your thoughts. Shukran. تفضل.
أنا بشكركم يعني صراحة، وأنا بقول إنه يعني زي ما جبر أخوي روبرت قال، يعني إذا في بلان الناس بيفكر اليوم الناس ينظموا والناس يحاول إنه شنو encourage بالذات إخواتنا المناضلات الثوريات دي عشان يشجعوا كمان باقي النساوين إنه يعني كلنا يعني نكون في مركب واحد في المستوى بين الرجل والمرأة، وعشان إنه يعني إحنا عايزين في وقت الحالي إحنا عايزين يعني إخوات تنخرطوا في النضالات دي، نضال من أجل defense for the Equatoria, defense for our for the women, defense for our people there. Thank you very much. I'm driving. I'm happy really for the topic that you are putting. God bless you guys and girls and women.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khamis, and God bless you too. We'll definitely be in touch, and definitely there will be topics we will discuss more. We look forward to that. We appreciate you. ندي فرصة للأخت Nancy. Miss Nancy, your final thoughts in 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
And my final thoughts it's just a word of encouragement for our men. We are not contesting superiority with you. We respect your place at home. We honor you. So we just want you to take the lead at home, guard your family, protect your family, because what I've witnessed, how like when we do, I'm still going back to that exercise we had, that mapping. We asked the women, they talk, we asked them questions, they answered honestly. They said what they have gone through whenever they see their husband home. One woman said, you know how many times I die before him? I die 7 times because I'm ashamed of what I've done. But the man anyway doesn't know, but the woman feels that shame every day. She got to go and repeat the same thing to feed the family. So we want you to take your responsibility, most importantly, so that your wives don't go through such kind of thing, so that we leave home happily. If our home is happy, where we work, we take peace there, peace and love. And if everyone is having such a home, there will be peace everywhere. There will be no need for fight, So that's what I want you men to do. And we thank you also for appreciating our impact. Really, you felt us in the community, because before, like, men don't appreciate women, but these days they appreciate the impact of women in the community. Men, fathers even say, oh, my daughter, I love my daughter. Even we saw brothers love their daughter, they praise their sisters, you know. Brothers started praising their sisters, fathers started appreciating us, the women. So that one shows us that you have appreciate our impact. You felt the impact of women in the community, but we want you to do more by listening to us, by encouraging us in the area where you see we have potentials, whether in political arena, or even home-wise, or in education area. So we just want you to encourage us there, because without you, we can't do more. Just like when you're cooking, you put several stuff. It's not only water, or it's not only that sauce you're trying to cook, not that meat. It takes other ingredients. You put salt, water, and it tastes delicious, but separately, it doesn't taste good. But when you mix it all together, it tastes nice. That's like joining your effort together, you know, sharing stuff together. You join effort with the woman, everything will be lovely. We just want you to listen and trust us. Trust is very important. If you don't trust us, there is nothing, there is no way you can help us. There is no way you can listen to us. So trust us and listen to us and love us. That's all what we want from you, and protect us. You know, a woman needs protection. So if we see a protection, we're really happy. We feel at home, you know. So please, that's all what I want from you. Value your wife, protect your wife, empower your family, empower your wife, you know. And in that way, if every man is doing that, the community, the entire community will be empowered, then the entire society, then the entire nation. And we will be a strong nation, like in that way. So that's all what I wanted to tell you. And also, you men, try to have a picture of a legacy. What legacy do you want your family to have? Because you are the architect, you are the art designer of your family. Whatever way you design your family, that's what the legacy would be. So what kind of a legacy do you want to leave at the end? So you always think about that, you know. That's all what I want to tell you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Sister Nancy. We appreciate your final thoughts. Thank you so much. Brother James, welcome. الأخ الكريم Brother James. شكرا للتايم بتاعك كمان for being with us. Please, your final thoughts. We appreciate you. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. نحيي المرأة واليوم العالمي والمرأة الإكواتورية بالمساهمة الفعالة بكل ليل صباح. إن شاء الله نحن منتظرين شروق الشمس. شكرا جزيلا للفرصة. تصبحوا على خير.
All right. شكرا جزيلا. You're welcome. Mr. CJ, are you there? Hopefully you're able to. If not, we go to Miss Didi. Mr. CJ, are you there? All right. Didi, are you there?
Once more, I will just finish up with giving my thanks, appreciating, first of all, our guests that have been here, people who contributed with their time sitting here, listening to us. We appreciate you so much. And people on Facebook too, we appreciate you a lot. You and those who are coming to watch later on, thank you so much. We know that you value everything that we do, all the works, all the talks that we do. We know that because later on we see a lot of you will come in your different times from different various countries and back home. You see a lot of people coming to take the the messages and then listen to what we say. I just wanted to appreciate you guys that are coming later on. Thank you so much. I just could not have a word to say. I see a lot of notification, and I just don't know how to thank you guys for your time. Also, I wanted to thank everybody here, who have contributed earlier. Robert has left, and also, I don't know if there's, I think there are more people, I think, who left earlier. I just wanted to thank them and thank
Mr. Khamis, Davidica, and yeah, Robert. Yeah.
So I appreciate them so much. And Nancy, thank you. Really, you've brought a very touchy story, and because these stories are not new, because we heard people say that my mother used to be like this, then my mother, so they wanted their wife to be like their mother, but they don't know the whole meaning of that, what their mother were doing. They do not understand, because we sometimes are left in a very naive and mindset. We're not often told the backstory of things, how things roll. But this is really touching so much. I really pray and hope that things really will go well. McCartney, thank you so much. You've spoken some really great stuff. Really, thank you. As a libertarian, you always bring in a new, you know, new input of things that that really makes sense. Thanks. I just wanted to say in my conclusion that I guess in addition to what you have asked, and that Odysseus, thank you very much for asking the question, and thank you very much for pursuing and that we should continue with the topic. It's not too late. Thank you so much. So but I just wanted to add on on what you said, and it's partly what even Robert said, that that Equatorian women, like you said, that what can an Equatorian woman do more, and Robert has answered it really perfectly. Even that instead of sitting behind and folding your hand, or running around, in other rooms or stuff that it's not even helpful. I think it's best to stand your guts and owned your place as an Equatorian woman. That's how I'll add into it. That owned your place, owned it with no fear, owned it with no attention of you wanted an approval to be accepted, or who is gonna love you later, and who's gonna marry you later, or how many people you want to like you, how many men you want to love you. Or you see those men who are speaking out there in those rooms because you see them better than the men you have, or better than the because I've seen a fashion that Equatorians like to esteem other people more than themselves, whether it's the Equatorian man or it's the Equatorian women. We esteem other people highly than us. But we forget that we're the only region in that country that sustain peace, sustain advancement, sustain knowledge, sustain a way of life, and preserve even life. We're the only people that have shown that we have evolved long ago, since the days of our forefathers. We have evolved and we have moved on with life. And we should be confident in the achievement that we have, that our fathers have achieved, our mothers have achieved. Not to lower our dignity down, not to lower the bar down, but to raise it higher, from where they left, because I've seen them perform really very high standard for us. But I feel like that we should not be running around like a whole dogs, a whole dogs or a whole female dog or something. It's really hard. I'm sorry even to say that, because I love animals, and I don't it's like I'm really even sorry to say that. So we should stop running around, whether it's Equatorian men or Equatorian women. I think we should stop tearing ourselves down when we think that when we speak sometimes against Equatoria, we're thinking that we arrogantly go up there and studying stuff, and then we think like these things are not really things ping-ponging all that word, it's not really coming boomerang back to us. It's banding us, the things that we say against, our own self, our own land, when we desire other people so badly, we desire other men so badly. This is what I see the Equatorian man and the Equatorian women are doing. We desire other men so badly from other different regions, but we are so disgraced of ourselves. We're so ashamed of ourselves, you know, to the extent that I feel that if this men even ask these Equatorian men and women to marry them, they will. Absolutely. The way that I see, it's just really, it really confuses me, the fact that, um, you know, right now why people are in Equatoria, and why Equatoria, even Juba is the capital city, because these people have nothing, and they will never have nothing at all until they change their mindset. But then now you are agreeing with somebody that has never built, has never even comprehended thought of even sustaining their home in peace. But then now you're submitting yourself under them. And this is a very person that today is destroying your home, destroying your women, destroying you. As someone that has sadly raped your women, your children, caused a lot of atrocities to you, painful things to you. Their fathers have done that, and they're the very products of their father, because the things that they spoke to you, they could not even do it to their own places. And how dare do you trust this person as an Equatorian woman, rather than you standing up and say that, no, I will not agree to that. But then you agree to this. Rather than you, Equatorian man, rather than you put your foot down and say that, no, I will not accept this. I've seen what you've done. I've seen your presence around me, what have cost me. Have divided my people. You have destroyed my people. You have killed my people. You have in fact took me to the bush to come and destroy my place. I bombed my place. I killed my people. These people took you to the bush to bomb your own region, to kill your own people, to make a highway for them, open a highway for them to come in and loot and rape and kill and displace your own women and children. You opened the highway, and you're still doing it up to today to your women. And your women are left, don't know what to do, what to say. And you still agree with them today? You agree with them? You sit under them to be your teachers? To listen to them? They speak nothing but themselves. They exalt no one but themselves. If there is exaltment to be done, is the Equatorians to be exalted. They have built, they have done a lot. They even have offered their capital city of Equatoria to be the capital city of a nation that do not even have a capital city. A people that even do not have even sutral in the Fusum, does not even feel fadia. That they are not ashamed of their of the way they don't have any dignity on them. They don't have a home, unbuilt home, turmoil that is happening there. But they brought this nightmare to you and to your women. And now your women are left crying today, telling you. So I wanted to say that when we're telling you this, we are not really condemning you, but it's just an act that your queen is coming before the throne of her king, laying down all the complaints, because there is no other person I can complain to, but I can complain before my king. I can complain before my own husband. I cannot go out there and complain to somebody else, to a stranger. So take what these Equatorian women are saying and act based on it, and see if we will not stand with you 100%, 100 full, even if I had to give my throat. So I just wanted to thank you guys. Thank you so much for giving us your time. I just wanted to say that, yes, we need to, there's more for us to do. There's more room for us still to stretch. Like some of it, a lot of people have spoken. There is a correction too for us as Equatorian women. It's not that we're perfect. We're not perfect at all. We are far from perfect. As a woman, me, I talk too much. I talk, I complain, I say a lot of things, but I only say these things because I need a change. And also at the same time I accepted to be corrected. I don't hide. That's how you know that I have nothing else against you. I don't hide. I express myself because of you, because I want you. I want you to stand up because I need you to take your place. Just like the rest of the women have spoken that the Equatorian women need love. They have spoken out. So I wanted our brothers down there to know that your women need you. They need your love. It's your place to give the love. No one can replace you but you alone. So I just wanted to thank you for the time that you listened to me. And I'll leave it here.
Thank you. Well, you said all, Didi. Again, we honor and respect and give homage to our women of Greater Equatoria. I know the fight is still on for equality, for your right, and for justice and freedom, but we're not giving up because it's an honor for us to fight for our women. And I hope every Equatorian man who are listening and paying attention to do their best so our queens cannot be humiliated and insulted. You have heard what all our queens have spoken, and you've heard us also giving support to our queen. So all I would say here, thank you guys for joining us. I don't have much to say at this moment. There's a lot. This topic was to honor again our Equatorian women, and we want to hear their voices, and we appreciate everyone who came and spoke because it's important to hear them, and in particular the women, Sister Nancy, Miss Didi, and Davidica, for joining us. Also Babulatai and Nagune earlier. All of these guys spoke, and really we appreciate you. And also the men, from Brother McCartney to Brother James to Brother Robert to Brother Khamis to Mr. CJ and to others who came and spoke. I appreciate you. If I forget anyone who came up here earlier, I apologize. Because trying to remember all the names who came up and spoke. So until next time, we'll be with you guys. You be blessed, be safe. Good morning to you, good afternoon to you, good night to you, wherever you are. Yes, hold on, sorry.
Usually when people talk about great women, people are thinking about great women in the offices and the places, and like, for example, people who are talking like, advocating and stuff like that. But I need, then it leaves the most greatest women of all, which are the women which are back there, the simple women, the women that are carrying jerrycans in their heads, the women who are doing it tough, the women who are getting raped, and then they still persevere back there. These are the women that I will really tell them that, this day is all about you. This day is all about you. I can take my mind off, but you don't. You don't. You don't at all. You don't have that rest. You don't have that time even to sit down and yet let even time to get time to heal out of the trauma, the continuous trauma that you're going through. Or you feel like, oh yeah, just because I'm here, I don't have a value and stuff like that. No, the things you do, the simple things you do, the garden, the cooking, the taking care of your family, you're raising for the new generation, you're bringing even the birth of giving us kids, making the number, adding the number of our people. You are everything. You are the face of Equatoria. I'll need you to know. Ita kunya face that Equatoria. Okay? Ita kunya the women, the powerful women of Equatoria. And I adore you so much. I bless you so much. And I will continuously pray for you. And I will continue to hold you as my role model. Not me, not anybody else, but you. Thank you for giving me the chance to squeeze this in. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. You said it all, and I really appreciate. Yes, the true women, the true giants of women's are those who are not mentioned, not glorified by many in the public eyes, because people are so much now superficial. They want to be honoring people like, oh, honorable this, Dictor Fulan, Safira Fulan, Tayara Fulan. I don't know what are they talking about, but I know the right woman is the one who are, who are silence, who are suffering in silence. Those who, when they struggle, the only tears that people who see is their children and the people around them who feel their pain. Those are the true women. Those are the true giants of a woman. Those are the true great women. So we honor them and I say we honor all women because their suffering means a lot. And for them, they inspire us to fight for them. And our great Equatorian women also appreciate you very much because you are our queens and we will fight for you until we see you honored and respected among many. Thank you and God bless. And thank you for those who joined us and listened to us. Until next time, we appreciate you. Hopefully, next time we get more people. But remember, we have more topics to come. Please follow us and you're welcome. I mean, you agree, disagree, no problem. We'd like to listen to you and we can also answer you as best as we can. Humbly, we thank you again. Until next time, God bless. I'll put the Equatorial music before we finalize. Didi. I hope next time, Didi, if you got the music of the brother who made that song to hear his new song, it would be awesome. You know, I would love to hear his. Yes. Oh, brother Anyanya wanted to say something. Let me give him a chance. Welcome, brother. Yeah, we have time. We have time. I can give him just like 5 minutes. Brother Anyanya, welcome. We're almost done, but I'll give you a chance. Hold on. Sorry.
Just saying that I wanted us to support our young artist. Like he's really brilliant. The guy that sing the song that we always play, Anina Equatorian. He's really brilliant. Like I listened to his song yesterday on Facebook. He dropped this. I don't know how you guys call it. A short song. I think that is just a promo. He's promoting it. I think I don't know when he's gonna bring it out, but it's really good. It's really really good. So welcome, Anyanya. It's like good to see you here. Thank you.
Nice to see you guys. Greetings of the solidarity of our country. Greetings for the solidarity of the people of South Sudan, women of Equatoria. Greetings for all of you. Although it's a long time, my brother. We moved from Facebook now to Clubhouse. We used to chat a lot in the back in the messenger, but we will catch up again. Didi, respect to you. I like the way you speak. Uh, I got you got my support, guys. I respect. The country is hostile at the moment. There is a lot of things going on at the moment. Let's just be vigilant. Let's contact back home. Let's be aware about what is going to happen to protect our families and the people that we support. What role does the Equatorian women should play? There is no any role should play. They play in the role for a very long time. You didn't see Equatorian women during the war because always it's not documented, and always this is a shame because they never document. They always document the rebel leaders or they document the generals. They never document the role that women played as the SPLM army. When they go around, who feed them? There is something that بيسموه تشت بخطوه كده خشن باب. التشت ده كان بيكون بيجهزوا أكل بتاع ناس إكواتوريا نساوين بيجهزوا أكل بخطوه هناك. جيش بيعرف إنه لما هو يكون going around حاجة ده تحته فيه أكل and he will never be disappointed and they open it and they eat. This is role they've been playing for a long time. When people go to war, they raise the children they raise the children. ما في جنة بيكون شكله وسخان حتى كان في بلد ولا وين، يكون قاعد ياكل يشرب ينوم، حتى كان بيقى لو ما في طريقة بمشي مدرسة. كان أصحابه بيقوا مافشين then ماما ده بيجاسف، كان ده في خرطوم ولا وين even to sell مريسة عشان in order to send the child to school. There is no role they should play. They playing the role already for a very long time, but we're not documenting, we're not appreciating, we're not raising the vocal up in order to put it in our mind, even to reflect the way that the women play. Already they play, they say we don't need them to ask them again. The role they play, we never reflect it in our political process. لأنه political process في كله selfishness. Women في جنوب السودان دي ناس أمهاتنا ولا أخواتنا they sacrifice. If for example أنا طبعا the youngest one for my sisters, you see from very young age can go women from very young age, sister can look after brother, shower him, give him food, study with him. Can mama ما في شغال. Mama is looking after this. There is no role. They've been playing for very long time. للأسف الشديد and احنا ما قاعدين recognize them, and that's very bad. It's the time to recognize them. They should reflect in the community. If now كانوا هم مسؤولين في حاجات كتير في community كان الناس ما وصلوا مشاكل الفيودة, because they can reason with the people and say something that can dissolve this problem. Because أنا عندنا temper جنوبين رجال ده اللي احنا مجانين أساسا. We are not correct. يشوف الرئيس يقولوا عنده peace agreement مع another rebel leader، تاني يجي شاكله، تاني ذاك يقول له هو تالي غابة، تاني ده يقول and احنا we are not correct in the brain. This is the truth. Equatorial women cannot do anything more than that. منو يقدر يزرع؟ If you see في الزراعة is the mostly the women went to farm, they do farming. That's a shame guys. امهاتنا يقدر يدو farming. كان يقول لي ما هو من ايكواتوريا، انا في جوبا ده في جبل كجور ده قاعدين يكسروا حجر نساوين، بيشيلوا حجر ده بمشي بيبيعوه في السوق بتاع الجبل عشان يجيبوا به قروش، بيكسروا حجر بعد مرات اقرب بضربهم، دبيب بيضربهم لانه الجبل ده فيه حاجات كتير you know you even surprise. جبل البتاع اسمه جبل كجور ده مره بيكسر حجر بيكسر حجر بيكسر حجر وجنى في ظهره، بعد شويه بيقوم برد جنى، بعد شويه بيمشي بيت بطبخ. يا جماعه ده شنو ده؟ انتوا دايرين تعملوا شنو لامهاتنا ديل ولا اخواتنا؟ ما قتلناهم نحن اساسا يعني. They never have a leverage to leave حاجات زي نساوين البرة، ما لقوا فرصة يعيشوا زي نساوين البرة في الدول ده كله. إنه تو one day يكونوا دائما بس تلقى مرة شايل جنة في ظهره وبجاي في مكشاش في يدينه ولا في طورية في يدينه قد يزرع ولا هو شايل له حاجة في راسه. يا جماعة دول ما تخلوهم نريحهم، ما قدرنا نريحهم one day يطلعوا بالمسا يمشوا ينجوي يشربوا شاي عصير يمشوا محلات بالترفيه. They always giving us 200 we will give them back. يا أخي there is no role they can play anymore. معلش يا هودسيا they already playing the role for a very long time. ناس ديل ولا قادرين نوقيهم يمشوا مدرسة. Most of our women they're not educated because هم شايلين مسؤولية بتاعت البلد كله بتاع بيت وبتاع community ذاته. لو كنا علمناهم I think South Sudan will be a better place, because the selfishness of our men و politicians ديل هم بعد يتعلموا زول بالسلفش بيقول أنا دكتور منو، أنا بروفيسور منو، أنا انجينير منو، أنا مولانا منو. but he's not looking after nobody. لكن كان مرة ده كان علم كان look after South Sudan كله. معلش I will leave it here. معلش أنا كان متأخر لكن أنا قلت لازم نساعدكم شوية ونتكلم. I am really supporting you يا أوديسيا وديدي. go ahead. في حاجات كتير في بلد ما كويس أيامات ديل. we have to we just have to be a little bit careful and just to follow up مع ناس back home. ده حاجة أنا بقوله. Thank you guys for giving me the chance to come and support you here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Anya.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for your time, for giving us a great message and it's a great privilege and honor. So we end up, my brothers and sisters, with this song finalizing. Until next time, we'll see you. God bless you all. So be safe also, and also yes, contact people back home and check on them. It's important to know how they're doing, because I know the country there is in dire situation. I know only the corrupt are enjoying that country, but the poor ones and the suffering one, they don't have any voice. So God bless you. Let me end up with this music. Thank you.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wahi. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Na sawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita min yambio, kanita min tori, weleta min juba, yeah. Anina Equatorian, keresia sama gesi manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina buluwahi, Equatoria birapa. Yapilwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ibanabule. Oh no, oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Belet wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye, Anina Equatorian. Kelene na hibo nefusina, kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahafa, behaja derino, hasan belet na biraba, arif mabisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my prayer for Nangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka, kodi ya balanda bari, kakuwa kili kukuku, lambo lukoya, asante tokosa mundo, nyambara moro bemade, mundare, nyambara, otumu bari makotudo, lubara buga ya lobe,
Mondo Anakulu nasi sawa Mazi hata bigesi manena Siasa mabigesi manena Anina wahi
Until next time, good night, good morning, good afternoon to you wherever you are. So be safe, God bless. Bye for now. Oh, I'm trying to end the room. Let me see, make sure I end it correctly. Yes. All right, guys, in Facebook, thank you. Until next time, God bless.